Genesis, chapter 1, the Passion Translation. In the beginning, when God created the heavens and the earth was completely formless and empty, and nothing but darkness draped over the deep. God's Spirit hovered over the face of the waters, and then God announced, "Let there be light," and light burst forth. And God saw the light as pleasing and beautiful. He used the light to dispel the darkness. God called the light day and the darkness night, and so evening gave way to morning the first day. And God said, "Let there be a dome between the waters to separate the water above from the water below." He made the dome and called it sky, and separated the water above the dome from the water below the dome. Evening gave way to morning, day 2. And God said, "Let the water beneath the sky be gathered into one place, and let the dry ground appear." And so it happened. God called the dry ground land, and the gathered waters he called seas. And God saw the beauty of his creation, and he was very pleased. Then God said, "Let the land burst forth with growth, plants that bear seeds of their own kind, and every variety of fruit tree, each with power to multiply from its own seed." And so it happened. The land flourished with grasses, every variety of seed-bearing plants, and trees bearing fruit with their seeds in them. And God loved what he saw, for it was beautiful. Evening gave way to morning, day 3. And God said, "Let there be bright lights to shine in space to bathe the earth with their light. Let them serve as signs to separate the day from night, and signify the days, seasons, and years." And so it happened. God made 2 great lights, the brighter light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He also spread the tapestry of shining stars, and set them all in the sky to illuminate the earth, to rule over the day and to rule over the night, and to separate the light from darkness. God loved what he saw, for it was beautiful. Evening gave way to morning, day 4. God said, "Let there be life. Let the waters swarm with sea life, and let the sky be filled with soaring birds of every kind." God created huge sea creatures and every living creature that moves of every kind, swarming in the water and flying in the sky, according to their species. So God loved what he saw, for it was beautiful. God blessed them, saying, "Reproduce and be fruitful. Fill the waters of the sea with life, and the earth with flying birds." Evening gave way to morning, day 5. God said, "Let the earth produce every class and kind of living creature, livestock, crawling things, wild animals, each after its kind." And so it happened. God made the wild animals according to their species, livestock according to their species, and all the creatures that creep along the ground according to their species. And God loved what he saw, for it was beautiful. Then God said, "Let us make a man and a woman in our image, to be like us. Let them reign over the fish of the sea, the birds of the air, the livestock, over the creatures that creep along the ground, and over the wild animals." So God created man and woman and shaped them with his image inside them. In his own beautiful image he created his masterpiece. Yes, male and female he created them. And God blessed them in his love, saying, "Reproduce and be fruitful, populate the earth and subdue it. Reign over the fish of the sea, the birds of the air, and every creature that lives on earth." And God said, "I give you every seed-bearing plant growing throughout the earth, vegetables, and every fruit-bearing tree with its seed within itself. They will be your food. They will also be food for every animal and bird, and every creature that moves on the ground, every creature with the breath of life." And so it happened. God surveyed all he had made and said, "I love it," for it pleased him greatly. Evening gave way to morning, day 6. Genesis chapter 2, the Passion Translation. And so the creation of the heavens and the earth were completed in all their vast array. By the 7th day, God had completed creating his masterpiece. So on the 7th day, he rested from all his work. So God blessed the 7th day and made it sacred, because on it he paused to rest from all his work of creation. This is the account of the heavens and the earth after they were created. At the time Yahweh God created earth and heaven, there was yet no vegetation, grains of the field, or shrubs sprouting on the earth. For there was no one to cultivate the land, and Yahweh God had not yet sent rain. In those days, a mist arose from the soil and watered the whole face of the ground. Yahweh God scooped up a lump of soil, sculpted a man, and blew into his nostrils the breath of life. The man came alive, a living soul. Then Yahweh God planted a lush garden paradise in the east and a land of delight. And there he placed the man he had formed. Yahweh God made all kinds of beautiful trees to grow there, fruitful trees to satisfy the taste. In the middle of the garden, he planted the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Flowing from the land of delight was a river to water the garden. And from there it divided into 4 branches. The first river, overflowing increase, encircles the gold-laden land of Havilah. The gold of that land is pure, with many pearls and onyx found there. The second river, gushing, flows through the entire land of Cush. The third river, swift-flowing, flows east of Assyria. And the fourth is the river Fruitfulness. Yahweh God took the man and placed him in the Garden of Eden to work and watch over it. And Yahweh God commanded him, "You may freely eat of every fruit of the garden, but you must not eat of the tree that gives the knowledge of good and evil. For when you eat from it, you will most certainly die." Then Yahweh God said, "It is not good for the man to be alone. Therefore, I will fashion a suitable partner to be his help and strength." For Yahweh God had formed from the soil every animal of the field and every bird of the air, and brought them before the man to see what he would call them. So whatever the man called the living creature, that was its name. He gave names to all the various cattle, birds, and wild animals. But Adam could not find a fitting companion that corresponded to him. So Yahweh God caused Adam to fall into a deep trance, and while he slept, he took a portion of Adam's side and closed its place with flesh. Then Yahweh God used the portion of Adam's side and skillfully crafted a woman, and presented her to him. Then Adam said, "At last, one like me. Her bones were formed from my bones, and her flesh from my flesh. This one will be called woman, for she was taken from man." For this reason, a man leaves his father and his mother to be unselfishly attached to his wife. They become one flesh as a new family. The man and his wife felt no shame, unaware that they were both naked. Chapter 3. Now, the snake was the most cunning of all living beings that Yahweh God had made. He deviously asked the woman, "Did God really tell you you must not eat fruit from any tree of the garden?" But the woman interrupted, "We may eat the fruit of any tree in the garden, except the tree in the center of the garden. God told us, don't eat its fruit or even touch it or you'll die." But the snake said to her, "You certainly won't die. God knows that the moment you eat it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing both good and evil. When the woman saw that the tree produced delicious fruit, delightful to look upon, and desirable to give one insight, she took its fruit and ate it. She gave some to her husband, who was with her, and he also ate it. Immediately, their eyes were opened, and they realized that they were naked, vulnerable, and ashamed. They sewed fig leaves together for coverings. Then Adam and his wife heard the sound of Yahweh God passing through the garden in the breeze of the day. So they hid among the trees, concealing themselves from the face of Yahweh God. Then Yahweh God called Adam's name and asked, "Where are you?" Adam answered, "I heard your powerful presence moving in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, so I hid." "Who told you that you were naked?" God said. "Did you eat the fruit of the tree that I commanded you not to eat?" Adam pointed to the woman and said, "The woman you placed alongside me, she gave me fruit from the tree and I ate it." So Yahweh God said to the woman, "What have you done?" The woman pointed to the snake and said, "The shining snake tricked me and I ate it." Yahweh God then said to the snake, "Because you have done this, you are cursed above every wild animal, condemned above every creature of the field. You will slither on your belly and eat dust all the days of your life. And I will place great hostility between you and the woman, and between her seed and yours. He will crush your head as you crush his heel." Then God said to the woman, "I will cause your labor pains in childbirth to be intensified with pain. You will give birth to children. You will desire to dominate your husband, but he will want to dominate you." And to Adam he said, "Because you obeyed your wife instead of me, and you ate from the forbidden tree which I commanded you not to, the ground will be cursed because of you. You will eat of it through painful toil all the days of your life. It will sprout weeds and thorns, and you will eat the plants of the field. You will painfully toil and sweat to produce food to eat, until your body, taken from the ground, returns to the ground. For you are from dust, and to dust you will return." The man named his wife Eve, life giver, because she would become the mother of every human being. Yahweh God made garments from animal skins to clothe Adam and Eve. And Yahweh God said, "The man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil. And now he might take in his hands fruit from the tree of life and eat it and live forever." Therefore, Yahweh God expelled him from Eden's paradise to till the ground from which he was taken. He drove them out of the garden and placed fearsome angelic sentries east of the Garden of Eden with turning fiery sword to guard the way to the tree of life. Chapter 4. Now Adam had slept with his wife, and she conceived and bore a son named Cain. She said, "By the grace of Yahweh, I have birthed a man." Then later she gave birth to Cain's brother Abel. Abel grew up to be a shepherd, and Cain became a farmer, working the ground. After some time passed, Cain presented an offering to Yahweh from the produce of the land. Abel also brought his offering from among the finest of the firstborn of his flocks. Yahweh was very pleased with Abel and accepted his offering. But with Cain and his offering, Yahweh was not pleased, making Cain very furious and resentful. So Yahweh said to Cain, "Why are you so angry and bothered? If you offer what is right, won't you be accepted? But if you refuse to offer what is right, sin, the predator, is crouching in wait outside the door of your heart. It desires to have you, yet you must be its master." One day, Cain said to his brother, "Let's go out into the field." When they arrived at the field, Cain rose and killed his brother Abel. Then Yahweh said to Cain, "Where is your brother Abel?" He answered, "How do I know? Am I my brother's keeper?" Yahweh said, "Listen, the voice of your brother's blood is crying out to me from the ground. What have you done? Now you are banished from the land, from the very ground that drank your brother's blood from your hand. When you try to cultivate the ground, it will no longer produce crops for you, and you will be a fugitive, a homeless wanderer." Cain said to Yahweh, "My punishment is more than I can bear. Look, you throw me off the land today, and now I must hide from your presence? As a fugitive and wanderer on the earth, anyone who meets me may choose to kill me." Yahweh responded, "Not so. If anyone kills you, I promise the sevenfold vengeance of Cain will be released upon him." So Yahweh put an identifying sign on Cain as a warning so that no one would dare kill him. Then Cain left the presence of Yahweh and journeyed to the land of wandering, east of Eden. Cain slept with his wife, and she conceived and bore Enoch. Cain was building a city at that time, so he named it the village of Enoch, after his son. Enoch's son was Irad, and Irad's son was Mehejuel. Mehejuel's son was Methuselah, and Methuselah's son was Lamech. Lamech married two women, Dawn and Dusk. Dawn gave birth to Jabal, the first of those who lived in tents and raised livestock. Jabal's brother was Jubal, the first of musicians who played instruments. Dusk gave birth to Tubal-Cain, the first of blacksmiths who forged all kinds of bronze and iron tools. His sister was Naamah. Lamech boasted to his wives, "Listen to me, Dawn and Dusk. Mark my words, O wives of Lamech. I have killed a man for wounding me, and a young man for bruising me. If killing Cain cost 7 lives, for Lamech it will cost 77. Adam slept with his wife again, and she bore a son whom she named Seth, meaning appointed. For she declared, "God has appointed for me another son to replace Abel, because Cain killed him." After many years, Seth had a son named Enosh. During his lifetime, people began to worship Yahweh and pray to him. Chapter 5. When God created human beings, he made them in the likeness of God and created them as male and female. After he had created them, he lovingly blessed them and named them humanity. So here is the family history of Adam and Eve. When Adam was 130, he fathered a child of his own likeness and in his own image, and he named him Seth. Adam lived an additional 800 years after Seth was born and had many other sons and daughters. The lifespan of Adam was 930 years, and then he died. When Seth was 105, he fathered Enosh. Seth lived an additional 807 years after Enosh was born and had many other sons and daughters. The lifespan of Seth was 912 years, and then he died. When Enosh was 90, he fathered Kenan. Enosh lived an additional 815 years after Kenan was born and had many other sons and daughters. The lifespan of Enosh was 905 years, and then he died. When Kenan was 70, he fathered Mahalalel. Kenan lived an additional 840 years after Mahalalel was born and had many other sons and daughters. The lifespan of Kenan was 910 years, and then he died. When Mahalalel was 65, he fathered Jared. Mahalalel lived an additional 830 years after Jared was born and had many other sons and daughters. The lifespan of Mahalalel was 895 years, and then he died. When Jared was 162, he fathered Enoch. Jared lived an additional 800 years after Enoch was born and had many other sons and daughters. The lifespan of Jared was 962 years, and then he died. When Enoch was 65, he fathered Methuselah. Enoch walked with God for 300 years after Methuselah was born and had many other sons and daughters. Enoch and God walked together as intimate friends. Then God took him to himself, and he was seen no more. The lifespan of Enoch was 365 years. When Methuselah was 187, he fathered Lamech. Methuselah lived an additional 782 years after Lamech was born and had many other sons and daughters. The lifespan of Methuselah was 969 years, and then he died. When Lamech was 182, he fathered a son and named him Noah, saying, "He will relieve us from our hard work and painful toil from the ground that Yahweh cursed." Lamech lived an additional 595 years after Noah was born and had many other sons and daughters. The lifespan of Lamech was 777 years, and then he died. After Noah had lived 500 years, he fathered Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Chapter 6. When people began to populate the earth, they had many lovely daughters. Divine beings found them very appealing, so they took the women they wanted as their wives. Yahweh said, "My spirit will not strive with humanity indefinitely, for they are mortal, and their lifespan will be shortened to only 120 years. Back then, the later, there were giants on the earth who were born as a result of the unholy union of heavenly beings with the human daughters. They were the mighty ones of old, warriors of renown. But Yahweh saw how extremely wicked humanity had become, for they imagined only evil. For all they thought about was doing evil all the time, and Yahweh was saddened that he had made humanity, and his heart was filled with pain. So Yahweh decided, I will do away with my ruined creation, human beings that I created, people and animals, creeping things and flying birds, for it breaks my heart that I had made them. But one man found grace in the sight of Yahweh, Noah. This is the story of Noah. Noah was a godly man of integrity, without fault in his generation, and he lived close to God. Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Injustice and violence filled the world, and the earth was ruined in the sight of God, for he saw how debased the world had become, for everyone was corrupt to the core. So God said to Noah, I have decided that all living creatures must die, for their violence has filled the earth, and I will wipe them off the face of the earth. Build a boat for yourself, an ark of sturdy timber, and this is how you are to design it. Make separate compartments within it, and seal it inside and out with thick tar. The length is to be 450 feet, its width 75 feet, and its height 45 feet. Cover it with a roof, but leave a gap of 18 inches at the top for ventilation. Construct a door on the side of the ark and design it with lower, middle, and upper decks. I am going to release a great flood that will destroy all life upon the earth, and every breathing thing under heaven will perish. Everything on the earth will die. But as for you, I will establish my covenant of friendship, and you will escape destruction by coming into the ark, you and your wife, your sons and their wives. Bring with you into the ark a pair of every animal, male and female, and they will also be spared. Different kinds of birds, animals large and small, 2 of every kind I will send to you to be kept alive. Also take with you every kind of food, both for you and them. So Noah completed all these preparations and did everything exactly as God had commanded him. Chapter 7. The day came when Yahweh said to Noah, "Come into the ark, you and your entire household, for I have found you to be the only one righteous in my eyes in this generation. Take with you 7 pairs of all the clean animals, both male and female, and 1 pair of all the unclean animals, both male and female. Take 7 pairs of flying birds of all kinds, male and female, to make sure they survive on the earth. For in 7 days I will send rain and flood the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. For every living thing that I made I will wipe off the face of the earth." Noah obeyed all that Yahweh had commanded him. Noah was 600 years old when the great flood came on the earth. Noah and his wife and his sons and their wives boarded the ark to escape the flood. 2 of each animal, the male and female, clean and unclean, large and small, along with birds and crawling things, entered the ark with Noah as God had commanded. Then 7 days later, massive flood waters covered the earth. It started in the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, on the 17th day. On that day, all the fountains of the subterranean deep cracked open and burst up through the ground. Heaven's floodgates were open, and heavy rains fell down on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. On that very day, Noah and his wife, their sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, and their wives entered safely into the ark. Pairs of every species of animal entered with them. Wild animals, domesticated animals, large and small, and every species of bird and winged creatures, every animal that has the breath of life came into the ark with Noah. Both male and female went inside as God had commanded Noah, and Yahweh himself shut them in. For 40 days, the flood engulfed the earth. The swelling floodwaters lifted up the ark until it rose high above the ground. The raging flood completely inundated the earth, but the ark floated safely, drifting upon the surface of the water until the highest mountains were completely submerged beneath the rising waters. The waters rose over 22 feet above the highest mountains. Every living thing on the earth perished. Domesticated animals, wild animals, birds, everything that moved on the earth, and all mankind perished. Everything perished. Every animal on earth with the breath of life in its nostrils died. All life on earth was blotted out. All that he had made, animals large and small, wild and domesticated, birds and reptiles, including humanity, was wiped off the face of the earth. Only Noah was left behind, and those who were in the ark with him, and the waters covered the earth for 150 days. Chapter 8. God's heart was moved with compassion as he remembered Noah and all the animals large and small that were with him in the ark. And God caused a wind to sweep across the earth again, and the waters subsided. He closed the subterranean fountains and the floodgates of heaven and held back the rain. After 150 days, the floodwaters gradually receded from the earth, and the waters began to subside. And on the 17th day of the 7th month, the ark came to rest on the highest peak of Ararat. The waters continued to recede until the 10th month, and on the first day of the 10th month, all the mountaintops appeared. After 40 more days, Noah opened the window he had made in the ark and released a raven. It flew back and forth from the ark until the earth was dry. Then he sent out a dove to see if the waters had receded from the surface of the ground. But the dove found no place to rest. So it returned to Noah in the ark, because the waters still covered the face of the earth. Noah put out his hand and grasped the dove and put it back into the ark. He waited another 7 days and released the dove from the ark again. Before evening, the dove came back to him, and there in its beak was a freshly plucked olive leaf. So Noah realized that the waters had finally subsided from the earth. Then he waited another 7 days and sent the dove out again, but this time it did not return to him in the ark. In Noah's 601st year, on the first day of the first month, the waters were dried up from the earth. Noah lifted the hatch and looked out, and he saw the dry ground. On the 27th day of the second month, the earth was dry. Then God said to Noah, "Come out of the ark, you and your wife, your sons, and their wives. Release all the animals with you and set them free, birds, animals large and small, every living thing. And they will multiply and abound and flourish on the earth and in the sky." So Noah and his family left the ark. And every animal, large and small, every bird and crawling thing came out of the ark by families. Noah erected an altar dedicated to Yahweh. Then he selected ritually clean animals and birds of every species and offered them as burnt offerings, sacrifices on the altar. And when Yahweh smelled the sweet fragrance of Noah's offerings, his heart was stirred. And he said, "Never again will I curse the earth because of people, even though the imagination of their hearts are evil from their childhood. Nor will I ever again destroy every living creature as I have done. I promise this: as long as earth exists, there will always be seasons of planting and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night." Chapter 9. God lovingly blessed Noah and all his family and said to them, "Reproduce, be fruitful, and populate the earth. I will cause every living creature of earth, sky, and sea to fear and dread you from this time forward. They are now under your authority. You may now eat the meat of animals as well as green plants. I now give you everything for food. However, you must not eat meat with its lifeblood still in it, for its life is in the blood. If anyone takes another person's life, I will demand an account, whether from man or beast. I will demand an account for taking a human life. Whoever sheds human blood by other humans, he must have his own blood shed. For to kill a person is to kill one made in God's own beautiful image. Now, all of you, with my blessing, reproduce, be fruitful, and repopulate the earth." Then God said to Noah and his family, "I establish my loving covenant with you, your descendants, and every living creature that is with you, animals large and small, birds, and every living thing that came out of the ark. I will maintain my loving covenant with you. I will never again completely destroy life on earth by means of a flood. Yes, never again will a flood destroy the whole earth. Here is the sign for you and future generations that my loving covenant will endure between me and you and every animal that came with you out of the ark. I have placed my rainbow among the clouds, and it will be a sign of my loving covenant between me and the earth. Whenever I bring clouds over the earth, and the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will remember my covenant with you and with every living thing upon the earth. Never again will the waters become a flood to destroy life from the earth. When the rainbow is in the clouds, I will see it and remember the everlasting covenant I made with you and every living thing of every kind upon the earth." So God said to Noah, "The rainbow is my signature in the sky, my seal of love to confirm that I have kept my covenant between me and every living thing on earth." Noah's sons came out of the ark with him, Shem, Ham, the father of Canaan, and Japheth. From these three sons of Noah, the entire world was repopulated. Noah, a farmer, was the first to plant a vineyard. He drank so much of the wine he made that he got drunk and passed out naked inside his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, went into the tent and gazed on his shamefully exposed father. When he went out and informed his brothers, so then Shem and Japheth took their father's cloak and walked backwards with the cloak in their shoulders into the tent to cover up their naked father. Respectfully, they turned their faces away so as not to see their father lying there exposed. When Noah sobered up and realized what his youngest son had done to him, he uttered these words, "Cursed be your son, Canaan, and let him be the lowest of servants to his brothers." He also said, "Worthy of praise is Yahweh, the God of Shem. Let Canaan be Shem's slave. May God enlarge Japheth's family and increase his territory. May he share in the blessings of Shem, and his descendants make their homes among the tents of Shem. And may Canaan be his slave also." After the flood, Noah lived another 350 years. Noah's entire lifetime was 950 years, and then he died. Chapter 10. This is the story of the descendants of Noah's three sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. After the great flood, they fathered many children. The sons of Japheth were Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshach, and Tyrus. The sons of Gomer were Ashkenaz, Riphath, and Togarmah. The sons of Javan were Elisha, Tarshish, Cyprus, and Rhodes. All of Japheth's descendants lived in their respective tribes and regions, each group speaking its own language. From there, the people spread to distant shores and faraway lands. The sons of Ham were Ethiopia, Egypt, Libya, and Canaan. The sons of Cush were Seba, Havilah, Sabta, Ramah, and Sabtika. The sons of Ramah were Sheba and Dedan. Cush also had a son named Nimrod, who became known as the first mighty conqueror. He was a mighty despot before Yahweh. There was a saying like Nimrod, a mighty despot before Yahweh. The centers of his kingdom, Babel, Erech, and Akkad, were in the land of Shinar. From there he went into Assyria and built the cities of Nineveh, Rehoboth, Calah, and Rizin, which is between the great city of Calah and Nineveh. Egypt was the father of the Ludites, Anamites, Lehabites, Naphtuhites, Pathrusites, Casluhites, and Caphtorites, the ancestors of the Philistines. Canaan was the father of Sidon, his firstborn, the Hittites, the Jebusites, the Amorites, the Girgashites, the Hivites, the Arkites, the Sinites, the Avardites, and the Zemarites, and the Hamathatites. The families of the Canaanites eventually scattered across the Canaanite territory, extending from Sidon toward Gerar to Gaza, including Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboim, as far as Lasha. These were the descendants of Ham by families, lands, languages, and nations. Shem, the older brother of Japheth, also had sons and was the ancestor of all the sons of Eber, who were also known as Hebrews. The sons of Shem were Elam, Assyria, Arphaxad, Lud, and Aram. The sons of Aram were Uz, Hul, Gether, and Mash. Arphaxad was the father of Shelah, the father of Eber. Eber was the father of two sons, Peleg, or division. For during his lifetime, the earth was divided, and his brother Joktan, the father of Almodad, Sheleph, Hazarmaveth, Jerah, Hadoram, Uzal, Dikla, Obal, Abimiel, Sheba, Ophir, Havilah, and Jobab. All the descendants of Joktan lived in the territory that extends all the way from Mesha toward the eastern hills of Sephar. These were the families of Shem according to their genealogies, by their families, lands, languages, and nations. After the flood, Noah's descendants formed nations as the people spread throughout the earth. Genesis chapter 11. Now everyone at that time spoke a single language with one vocabulary. As people migrated eastward, they found a large plain in the land of Shinar and settled there. They said to one another, "Come, let's unite together and make bricks of clay and burn them until they become hard." So they piled up the bricks they made to serve as stones and collected tar for mortar. Then they said, "Come, let's begin work to build ourselves a city with a lofty tower that rises into the heavens. We'll make a name for ourselves, a monument to us, instead of being scattered all over the earth." But when Yahweh came down to see the city and the tower which the mortals had started building, he said, "If they have begun this as one people sharing a common language, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language and prevent them from understanding each other." So Yahweh scattered them over the entire earth, and they stopped building their city. That is why the city was called Babel, because it was there that Yahweh confused the language of the whole world. And from there, the people were scattered over the face of the earth. These are the descendants of Shem. 2 years after the flood, at the age of 100, Shem had a son named Arphaxad. And after Arphaxad was born, Shem lived another 500 years and had other sons and daughters. When Arphaxad was 35, he had a son named Shelah. After Shelah was born, Arphaxad lived another 403 years and had other sons and daughters. When Shelah was 30, he had a son named Eber. And after Eber was born, Shelah lived another 403 years and had other sons and daughters. When Eber was 34, he had a son named Peleg. And after Peleg was born, Eber lived another 430 years and had other sons and daughters. When Peleg was 30, he had a son named Reu. And after Reu was born, Peleg lived another 209 years and had other sons and daughters. When Reu was 32, he had a son named Serug. And after Serug was born, Reu lived another 207 years and had other sons and daughters. When Serug was 30, he had a son named Nahor. And after Nahor was born, Serug lived another 200 years and had other sons and daughters. When Nahor was 29, he had a son named Terah. After Terah was born, Nahor lived another 119 years and had other sons and daughters. When Terah was 70, he had sons named Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Here are the descendants of Terah. Terah was the father of Abram, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran was the father of Lot. Haran preceded his father Terah in death in the land of his birth, in the Chaldean city of Ur. The brothers Abram and Nahor were both married. Abram's wife was Sarai. Nahor married the daughter of his deceased brother Haran. Her name was Milcah, and her sister was Iscah. Now Sarai was barren and childless. Terah took his son Abram, his grandson Lot, the son of Haran, and his daughter-in-law Sarai, his son Abram's wife, and they all departed together from the Chaldean city of Ur to go into the land of Canaan. But when they journeyed as far as Haran, they settled there. Terah lived 205 years and died in Haran. Chapter 12. Now Yahweh said to Abram, "Leave it all behind, your native land, your people, your father's household, and go to the land that I will show you. Follow me, and I will make you into a great nation. I will exceedingly bless and prosper you, and I will make you famous, so that you will be a tremendous source of blessing for others. I will bless all who bless you, and curse all who curse you. And through you, all the families of the earth will be blessed. So Abram obeyed Yahweh and left, and Lot went with him. Now Abram was 75 years old when he departed from Haran after his father died. He took his wife Sarai, his nephew Lot, and all the possessions and people he had acquired in Haran, and they departed for the land of Canaan. When they arrived in the land of Canaan, Abram passed through the land and stopped at the sacred site of Shechem, famous for the great oak tree of Moreh. At that time, the Canaanites were also in the land. Then Yahweh appeared before Abram and said, "This is the land I will personally deliver to your seed." So Abram erected an altar there to Yahweh, who had appeared before him. From there he journeyed on toward the hill country east of Bethel and pitched his tent, with Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. And there he built another altar to Yahweh, where he prayed and worshipped Yahweh. Then Abram journeyed from there by stages through the southern desert region. At that time, a severe famine struck the land of Canaan, forcing Abram to travel down to Egypt and live there as a foreigner. When he drew near to Egypt, he said to his wife Sarai, "Look, I'm worried because I know that you are a beautiful, gorgeous woman. When the Egyptian men take one look at you, they will say, 'She is his wife.' Then they will kill me in order to have you. Just tell them you are my sister, so that they will treat me well for your sake and spare my life." When Abram entered Egypt, everyone noticed Sarai's stunning beauty. When Pharaoh's dignitaries spotted her, they went to Pharaoh and raved about her beauty. Then she took Sarai into the palace and made her part of Pharaoh's harem. Because she pleased Pharaoh, Abram got along very well in Egypt and received a royal treatment. He was given sheep, cattle, male and female donkeys, camels, and male and female slaves. But Yahweh struck Pharaoh and his household with terrible diseases because he had taken Abram's wife, Sarai. So Pharaoh sent for Abram and said, "How could you do this to me? Why didn't you tell me she was your wife? And why did you lie to me by saying she's my sister, so that I took her as my wife? Now here's your wife back. Take her and be gone." Then Pharaoh gave strict orders to his men to escort them out of Egypt, along with everything they had. Chapter 13. And Abram took his wife and all that he owned and left Egypt. They returned to the southern desert region, and Lot went with them. Now Abram had become very rich in livestock, silver and gold, and he journeyed on from the place to place as far as the hill country region of Bethel. He returned to the place between Bethel and Ai where he had pitched his tent at the beginning. This was the place where he had first built an altar to pray and worship Yahweh. Now Lot, who accompanied Abram, was also rich and had accumulated flocks, herds, family, and servants. Arguments erupted between Abram's herdsmen and Lot's herdsmen because the land could not support both living together, for their animals and possessions were too numerous. At that time, Canaanites and Perizzites were also in the land. So Abram said to Lot, "Let's not quarrel with each other or between our herdsmen, since we are relatives. Look at the vast land that is in front of you. Let's settle in different regions. If you choose the land on the left, then I'll go right. If you want the land on the right, then I'll go left." Lot lifted his eyes and carefully surveyed the land around him all the way to Zoar. He noticed that the Jordan Valley was fertile and well watered. This was before Yahweh had destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. It looked beautiful, like the garden of Yahweh, or like Egypt. So Lot chose to settle in the Jordan Valley. He departed toward the east, and the family split up and separated from each other. Abram settled in the land of Canaan, while Lot settled in the cities of the lowlands. at a place near Sodom. Now the people of Sodom were extremely wicked and rebelled against Yahweh. After Lot separated from him, Yahweh spoke to Abram, "Lift up your eyes and look around you to the north, the south, the east, and the west. As far as you can see, in every direction is the land that I will give to you forever, to you and your seed. I will multiply them until they are as numerous as the specks of dust on the earth. If anyone could count the dust of the earth, then your offspring could also be counted. Now, get up and walk through the land, its length and its breadth. All the lands you walk upon will be my gift to you." Abram moved his camp and settled by the oaks of Mamre, which are at Hebron, and there he built another altar to Yahweh. Chapter 14. During the reign of Amraphel, king of Babylon, he allied with 3 other kings: Arioch, king of Eleasar, Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of Goyim. These 4 kings went to war. 5 kings: Bera, king of Sodom, Bersha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, Shemeber, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, which is Zoar. Kedorlaomer had oppressed these 5 kings for 12 years until they rebelled against him in the 13th year. They all became regional allies in the valley of Sodom, which is now the Dead Sea. In the 14th year, Kedorlaomer went to war with his allied kings. They defeated the Raphites, the Ashtaroth, Karnaim, and the Zuzites in Ham, the Emites in Shava, Kiriathaim, and the Horites in the hill country of Seir, as far as El Paran near the desert. Then they turned back and attacked in Mishpat, that is Kadesh, and subdued all the country of the Amalekites and the Amorites who lived in Hazazon Tamar. Then the king of Sodom, the king of Gomorrah, the king of Admah, the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zoar, marched out in battle formation in the valley of Sodom. There they faced off against Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, Tidal, king of Goyim, Amraphel, king of Babylon, and Arioch, king of Elasar. 4 kings against 5. Now the valley of Sodom was full of tar pits, and as the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah and their armies retreated from the battle and fled, some of them fell into the tar pits, and the rest fled to the hill country. The 4 victorious kings captured all the possessions and all the food of Sodom and Gomorrah and left. They captured Lot, Abram's nephew, who had been living in Sodom, and took him and all his possessions. One who escaped from Abram the Hebrew and told him what had happened to Lot. Abram was living by the oaks of Mamre, the Amorite. Mamre had 2 brothers, Eshcol and Aner, who were allied by treaty with Abram. When Abram heard that his nephew Lot had been taken captive by the 4 kings, he mobilized all the men in his camp, 318, all who had been born and trained in his own household. And he pursued the invaders as far as north as Dan. Then during the night, Abram strategically divided his forces and defeated them. His forces attacked them and routed them as far as Hobah, north of Damascus. He recovered all the stolen possessions and brought back his nephew Lot, together with the women and all the prisoners. After Abram returned from defeating Kedorlaomer and the kings who were with him, the king of Sodom went out to meet Abram at the valley of the Shaveh, known as the King's Valley. And Melchizedek, who was both a priest of the Most High God and the king of Salem, brought out to Abram bread and wine. He spoke over him a special blessing, saying, Blessed is Abram by God Most High, creator of heaven and earth. And blessed be God Most High, whose power delivered your enemies into your hands. Abram gave Melchizedek a tenth of all he possessed. Then the king of Sodom said to Abram, "Just give me the people you rescued. Keep all the spoils for yourself." But Abram said to the king of Sodom, "I raised my hand to Yahweh, God Most High, and I pledged a solemn oath to the possessor of heaven and earth that I would keep nothing for myself that belongs to you, not even a thread of a garment or sandal strap. That way you'll never be able to say that I was the one that made Abram rich. I will take nothing except what my young men have eaten, and the share of those who went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre. Let them take their share." Chapter 15. Afterwards, the word of Yahweh came to Abram in a vision and said, "Abram, don't yield to fear, for I am your faithful shield and your abundant reward." But Abram replied, "Lord Yahweh, what good is your reward if I remain childless? I'm about to die without a son. My servant Eliezer of Damascus will inherit all my wealth. A servant in my household will end up with everything because you have not given me any children." Immediately, the word of Yahweh came to him, "No, Eliezer will not be your heir. I will give you a son from your own body to be your heir." Then Yahweh brought him outside his tent and said, "Gaze into the night sky. Go ahead and try to count the stars." He continued, "Your seed will be as numerous as the stars." And Abram trusted every word Yahweh had spoken. And because of his faith, Yahweh credited it to him as righteousness. Then he said to him, "I am Yahweh, who brought you out of the Babylonian city of Ur, to give you all this land to possess." But Abram said, "Lord Yahweh, how can I be sure that I can possess this land for myself?" Yahweh said to him, "Bring me a heifer, a female goat, and a ram, each 3 years old, also a turtle dove and a young pigeon." So Abram brought the animals to him and killed them. He cut them in two, except the birds, and laid each half opposite the other in 2 rows. Vultures swooped down upon the carcasses, but Abram stood there and drove the vultures away. As the heavy veil of night fell, Abram went into a deep state of sleep, and suddenly a great dreadful darkness surrounded him, and he was filled with fear. Then Yahweh said to Abram, "Know this, your descendants will live as strangers in a foreign country. They will be enslaved and mistreated for 400 years. Afterward, I will punish that nation for enslaving them, and your descendants will come out of slavery with untold wealth. You, however, will go to your ancestors in peace and live a full life. And after the 4th generation, your descendants will return here. For then the sin of the Amorites will be ripe for judgment." Then the sun had set, and it was very dark. There suddenly appeared a smoking fire pot and a blazing torch that passed between the split carcasses. On that day, Yahweh entered into covenant with Abram. "I have given this land to your descendants, from the Egyptian border to the great river Euphrates, the entire land of the Kenites, and the Kenizzites, and the Cadmonites, the Hivites, the Perizzites, the Rephites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Girgashites, and the Jebusites." Genesis chapter 16. Now Sarai had borne no children for Abram. She had an Egyptian slave girl named Hagar. So Sarai said to Abram, "Please listen. Since Yahweh has kept me childless, go sleep with my maidservant. Perhaps through her I can build you a family." Abram listened and did what Sarai asked. Abram had already lived 10 years in the land of Canaan when his wife Sarai took her Egyptian slave girl Hagar and gave her to Abram to be his second wife. He slept with Hagar, and she conceived. Once Hagar realized she was pregnant, she belittled Sarai and despised her. So Sarai went to Abram and said, "It's totally your fault that Hagar despises me, and you're not standing up for me. I gave my slave girl to your embrace, and when she found out she was pregnant, she despised me. May Yahweh judge between us, who is in the right." Abram responded, "She's your slave girl under your authority, so do with her whatever you think best." Then Sarai cruelly mistreated Hagar, who then ran away from her. The angel of Yahweh encountered Hagar by a spring in the wilderness, the spring on the way to Shur. He asked her, "Hagar, servant of Sarai, where have you come from and where are you going? What are you doing here?" She replied, "I'm running away from Sarai, my mistress." The angel of Yahweh told her, "You have to go back to your mistress and humbly submit to her." The angel added, "I will greatly multiply your descendants until no one can count them." Yahweh's angel continued, "You are now pregnant, and soon you will give birth to a son. You will name him Ishmael, for Yahweh has heard your cries of distress. Your son will have a wild nature that no one can tame. He will be hostile toward everyone, and everyone will be hostile toward him. And he will live at odds with all his kinsmen." After her encounter with Yahweh, Hagar called him by a special name. "You are the God of my seeing." For she said, "Oh my, did I just see God and live to talk about it?" That is why the well is called Spring of the Living One who watches over me. The well is still there between Kadesh and Bered. Hagar returned and bore Abram a son, whom Abram named Ishmael. Abram was 86 years old when Hagar gave birth to Ishmael. Chapter 17. When Abram was 99 years old, Yahweh appeared to him again and said, "I am the God who is more than enough. Live your life in my presence and be blameless. I will confirm my covenant between me and you, and I will greatly multiply your descendants." Then Abram fell on his face in awe before God, and God said to him, "I establish my covenant with you. You will become a father of many nations. You will no longer be named Abram, because I am changing your name to Abraham, for I have made you a father of many nations. I will make you abundantly fruitful, more than you expect. I will make nations out of you, and kings will trace their lineage back to you. Yes, I will establish my eternal covenant of love between me and you, and it will extend to your descendants throughout their generations. I will be your children's God, just as I am your God. I will give to you and your seed the land to which you have migrated. The entire land of Canaan will be yours and your descendants as an everlasting possession, and I will be their God forever." God explained to Abraham, "Your part of the covenant is to obey its terms. You and your descendants throughout the ages. So here's the sign of the covenant that you are to keep, so that it will endure between you and me and your descendants. Circumcise every male among you. You must undergo cutting off the flesh of your foreskin as a special sign of the covenant between me and you. Throughout your generations, each male must be circumcised 8 days after his birth. This includes those not of your descendants, those born in your household, and foreign servants whom you have purchased. They must be circumcised. Homeborn and purchased alike. In this way, you will carry in your flesh the sign of my everlasting covenant. Any uncircumcised male who does not have the foreskin of his flesh cut off will be cut off from his people, for he has broken my covenant. God also said to Abraham, concerning your wife Sarai, you are not to call her Sarai anymore, but Sarah, my princess. My princess will be her name. I will wonderfully bless her, and I will certainly give you a son through her. Yes, I will bless her greatly, and she will become a mother of nations. Kings of nations will arise among her children. Then Abraham laughed so hard he fell to the ground, saying to himself, how in the world can 100-year-old man become a father? How can my wife Sarah get pregnant at 90? And then he spoke out loud, oh, that Ishmael might prosper with your blessing. God said, listen to me. I promise that you and Sarah will have a son, and you will call him Isaac. I will confirm my everlasting covenant of love with him and his seed. And regarding Ishmael, I have heard your cry, and I will indeed bless him. I will cause him to have many, many descendants, and he will father 12 rulers, and I will make him into a great nation. By my everlasting covenant relationship is with Isaac, who will be born to you and Sarah about this time next year. When he had finished speaking with Abraham, God ascended up to heaven. So without delay, Abraham obeyed God and took his son Ishmael and every male in his household, whether born in his house or foreign-born servants, and circumcised them that very same day. Abraham was already 99 years old when he was circumcised, and his son Ishmael was 13. They were both circumcised on the same day, along with all the men of his household, whether born in his house or foreign-born servants. Chapter 18. Yahweh appeared once again to Abraham while he lived by the oak grove of Mamre. During the hottest part of the day, as Abraham sat at his tent door, he looked up and suddenly saw 3 men standing nearby. As soon as he saw them, he ran from his tent to welcome them. He bowed down to the ground and said, my Lord, if I have found favor in your sight, don't pass me by. Stay for a while with your servant. I'll have some water brought to you, also that you can wash your feet. Rest here for a while under the tree, since you've stopped by your servant's home and honored me with your presence. I'll have some food prepared for you so that you can be refreshed. Then you can go on your way. Very well, they responded. Go ahead and do as you have said. Abraham hurried back into the tent and said to Sarah, quick, we have guests. Get 3 measures of fine flour, knead it, and bake some bread. Then Abraham ran to the herd, selected a tender choice calf, and told his servant, hurry, prepare this calf for my guests. Then he brought the meal they had prepared, roasted meat, bread, curds, and milk, and set it before his guests. Abraham stood by them under the tree while they ate. They asked him, where is your wife Sarah? He answered, over there, in the tent. Then he spoke up and said, I will return about this time next year, when your wife Sarah will certainly have a son. Sarah overheard it, for she was at the tent door not far behind him. Now both Abraham and Sarah were already very old, and Sarah was past the age of childbearing. Sarah laughed to herself with disbelief, saying, a woman my age have a baby? After I'm worn out, will I now enjoy marital bliss and conceive with my aged husband? Yahweh knew her thoughts and asked Abraham, why is Sarah laughing, saying, how can a woman my age have a baby? Don't you think there is anything too marvelous for Yahweh? I will appear to you at the appointed time next year, and Sarah will have a son. Sarah was afraid, so she denied it, saying, I wasn't laughing. But he said, yes, you were. Afterward, the 3 men departed and walked towards Sodom, and Abraham went off with them to see them on their way. As they walked, Yahweh said, should I really hide from Abraham what I intend to do? After all, He will become a great and powerful nation, and every nation on earth will be blessed through him. It is true, I have singled him out as my own, so that he will lead his family and household to follow my ways and live by what is right and just. I will fulfill all the promises that I have spoken to him. Yahweh explained to Abraham, the outcry for justice against Sodom and Gomorrah is great. It's so great, and their sins so blatant that I must go down and see if their wicked actions are as great as the outrage that has come to me. And if not, then I will know. As Yahweh's two companions went on toward Sodom, Abraham remained there as Yahweh paused before Abraham. So Abraham came forward to present his case before Yahweh and said, "Are you really going to sweep away the righteous while you judge the wicked? What if you could find 50 righteous people in Sodom? Isn't your mercy great enough to forgive? Why judge the entire city at the cost of the 50 righteous who live there? That's not who you are, one who would slay the righteous with the wicked, treating them both the same way. Wouldn't the merciful judge of all the earth always do what is right?" And Yahweh said, "All right, if I find 50 righteous in Sodom, I will spare the whole city for their sake." Abraham spoke up again and said, "I am just a man formed from the earth's dust and ashes, but allow me to be so bold as to speak to you, my Lord. What if there are only 5 lacking, and you only find 45 righteous in Sodom? It's not who you are to destroy the entire city for the lack of 5 righteous people." And Yahweh said, "All right, if I find 45 righteous in Sodom, I will spare the whole city." "But what if there are only 40? Abraham asked further. Yahweh answered, "All right, if I only find 40, I will spare the city." Abraham paused. Then he said, "Lord, please don't be offended with me, and let me speak. If there are only 30, Yahweh answered, "All right. If I find only 30, I will spare the city." Abraham ventured even further, asking, "Allow me to dare speak to you this way, my Lord. But what if you find there only 20 righteous?" Yahweh answered, "All right. For the sake of the 20, I will not destroy the city." Then Abraham took a deep breath and asked once more, "Please don't let my Lord be angry with me if I make but one more request. But what if you find only 10 righteous?" And Yahweh answered, "All right. I will extend my mercy and not destroy the city for the sake of 10 righteous." Yahweh finished speaking with Abraham. He immediately went on his way, and Abraham returned home. Chapter 19. That evening, the 2 angels came to Sodom while Lot was sitting at the city's gateway. When Lot saw them, he got up to meet them and bowed with his face to the ground. He said, "Please, my lords, come to your servant's house to spend the night and wash your feet. Then you can rise early and go on your way." "Nope," they answered. "We will be fine to spend the night in the town square." But Lot was so insistent that they finally agreed to go to his house. Lot had unleavened bread baked for them and prepared a feast, and they ate. But before they retired for the night, the men of the city, men young and old, from every part of the city of Sodom to the last man, surrounded the house. They shouted out to Lot, "Where are the men who came to your house tonight? Bring them out to us that we can have sex with them." Lot went outside, shutting the door behind him. He said to them, "No, my brothers, I beg you, don't sink to such depravity. Look, I have 2 virgin daughters. I'll bring them out to you, and you can do with them as you please. Only don't do anything to these men, for they are guests in my house." "Get out of our way," they replied. This guy comes as a foreigner to live among us, and now he dares to judge us. We'll inflict more harm on you than on them." Just then, they lunged at Lot and tried to break down the door. But the two angels reached out and pulled Lot safely back into the house and bolted the door. They struck the men outside the house, young and old, with one blazing flash of light, so that they could not find the door. Then the visitors said to Lot, "Who else lives here? Do you have any other family here? Sons or daughters, sons-in-law or daughters-in-law, who live in Sodom? Get them all out of the city, because we're about to destroy this place. A tremendous outcry against the people has come before Yahweh, and he has sent us here to destroy it." So Lot went out to find the two men who were pledged to marry his daughters and told them, "Hurry! Leave the city, for Yahweh is about to destroy it." But they thought he was only joking and paid him no attention. At dawn, the angels urged Lot, saying, "Go, take your wife and your two daughters and leave, or you will be consumed in the judgment about to come to the city." But Lot hesitated. So the angels grabbed his hands and the hands of his wife and daughters and brought them outside the city, because Yahweh was merciful to them. Once they were safely outside the city, the angels said to them, "Run for your lives. Don't stop anywhere in the plain until you've reached the mountains, and don't even look back or you'll die." Lot replied, "Oh no, my lords. You've been so gracious to your servant, and now you've been so kind to save our lives. But I can't make it to the mountains. It's so far from here. Disaster will overtake me and I'll die. Look, over there is a village close enough to run to, and it's a small one. Let me escape there instead. You can see that it's such a small village. Let my life be spared." "All right," he replied. "I will grant this request too. I will not destroy that village now. You must hurry. Run to that village, for I can't do anything until you are there." That is why the village was called Zoar. The destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. By mid-morning, Lot arrived at the small village of Zoar, and Yahweh's fire fell from heaven upon Sodom and Gomorrah. He completely destroyed the cities of the plain and all their inhabitants and whatever grew in the valley. But Lot's wife turned and gazed longingly on the city and turned into a pillar of salt. That morning, Abraham hurried back to the place where he had stood before Yahweh, looking down toward the land of the plain. He saw columns of smoke billowing up from Sodom and Gomorrah, like the smoke of a furnace. So before God destroyed the cities of the plain where Lot had settled, he remembered his affection for Abraham and spared Lot from all the destruction. Lot and his daughters. Afraid to remain in Zoar, Lot left there and settled in the hill country and lived in a cave with his two daughters. One day his firstborn suggested to go to the younger, "Our father is getting old, and there isn't a man anywhere who can impregnate us in the normal way. Come, let's get our father drunk with wine and have sex with him. That way, we can at least have children through our father." That night, they got their father drunk with wine, and the firstborn went in and slept with him. Lot was so drunk he didn't have a clue about what had happened. The next day, the firstborn said to the younger, "I slept with my father last night. Tonight it's your turn. We'll get him drunk with wine, and you can sleep with him, and we can preserve our family line through our father." So they got their father drunk the second time, and the younger went in and slept with him. He was once again so drunk that he had no clue what had happened. As a result, both Lot's daughters became pregnant by their father. The older daughter had a son named Moab, who is the ancestor of the Moabites of today, and the younger also had a son named Ben-Ammi, the ancestor of the Ammonites of today. Chapter 20. Abraham journeyed from the oaks of Mamre to the southern region of Canaan and settled between Kadesh and Shur to live as a temporary resident in Gerar. Now Abraham had said about his wife Sarah, "She is my sister." So Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent for her and took her into his harem. One night, God appeared to Abimelech in a dream and said to him, "You're as good as dead, for you have taken into your harem a married woman." Now Abimelech had not touched Sarah, so he said to the Lord, "Would you really destroy people who are innocent? Didn't the man tell me she's my sister? And didn't she agree and say, 'Yes, he's my brother'? I've done this with clean hands and a clear conscience." Then God answered him in the dream, "Yes, I know you did this with a clear conscience. Furthermore, it was I who kept you from sinning and kept you from touching her. Now return the man's wife, and because he is a prophet, he will intercede on your behalf that you may live. But if you don't give her back, you will certainly die, you and your entire household." So Abimelech rose early in the morning and gathered all the servants. When he told them about his dream, they were terrified. Abimelech summoned Abraham and asked him, "What is this trick you have played on us? I did nothing wrong to you. Why would you bring such great guilt upon me and my kingdom? You have done to me what no one should ever do to another." Then Abimelech asked, "What is your purpose in doing this?" Abraham answered, "Because I thought there's no one here that fears God. They will kill me to get my wife. Besides, she really is my half-sister. She's my father's daughter, but not my mother's, so I married her. When God sent me out to wander from my father's house, I said to her, 'Here is how you can show your love for me. Everywhere we go, you must say about me, he's my brother.' Then Abimelech gave Abraham's wife, Sarah, back to him. In addition, he gave him sheep, cattle, and both male and female servants. Abimelech told him, 'Look, my land is now before you. Feel free to settle wherever you please.' Then he turned to Sarah and said, 'I am giving your brother 1,000 pieces of silver as compensation to settle any claim against me, to exonerate you in the eyes of all who are with you, and to clear your reputation.' Then Abraham prayed to God, and God healed Abimelech. He also healed Abimelech's wife and female servants of their infertility, and they began to have babies again. For Yahweh had shut all the wombs of the women of Abimelech's household because he took Sarah, Abraham's wife." Genesis chapter 21. Yahweh visited Sarah just as he said he would and fulfilled his promise to her. And Sarah conceived and bore Abraham a son in his old age, at the exact time God had promised them. Abraham named his son Isaac, the miracle son, whom Sarah bore him. When Isaac was 8 days old, Abraham circumcised him, as God had commanded him. Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born. Sarah said, "God has brought me laughter, and everyone who hears about this will laugh with me." And she added, "Who would have ever told Abraham that Sarah would have one day nursed children, even though Abraham is an old man? Look, I have given him a son." Isaac grew and was weaned. On the day Sarah weaned him, Abraham prepared a great feast. But Sarah noticed the son of Hagar, the Egyptian, was mocking her son Isaac. So she said to Abraham, "Get rid of this slave woman and her son. Banish them. For the son of that slave woman must not become a co-heir with my son Isaac." Abraham was very upset over Sarah's demand, for Ishmael was his son too. God spoke to Abraham, "Don't be distressed over the slave woman and her son. And whatever Sarah says to you, do it, for it will be through Isaac your promise of descendants will be fulfilled. Rest assured, I will make the son of your slave woman into a nation too, because he is your son. Abraham rose up early the next morning, bundled up some food and a skin of water, and strapped them to Hagar's shoulders. Then he gave her his son and sent them away. So Hagar and her son Ishmael departed and wandered off into the wilderness of Beersheba. When the water was gone, she grew desperate. So she left her son under a bush. Then she walked about a distance of a bow shot and sat down, for she thought, I can't bear to watch my son die. As she sat nearby, she broke into tears and sobbed uncontrollably. And God heard the voice of the boy. The angel of God called out to Hagar from the heavenly realm and said, What's the matter, Hagar? Don't be afraid, for God has heard the voice of your son crying as he lies there. Get up, help the boy up, and hold him by the hand, for I will make him into a great nation. Then God opened her eyes to reveal a well of water. She went over to the well and filled the skin with water and gave the boy a long, cool drink. God was with Ishmael as he grew up in the wilderness of Paran. He became an expert archer, and his mother Hagar arranged a marriage for him with an Egyptian woman. At that time, King Abimelech and Phicol, his army commander, came to Abraham and said, It is obvious that God is with you and blesses everything you do. Now swear to me here before God that you will not deceive me, my children, or my descendants. But as I have shown you loyal friendship, so you will treat me and the land in which you live as a foreigner with loyal friendship. I give you my oath, Abraham answered. But Abraham voiced a complaint about a well of water which Abimelech's servants had seized by force. Abimelech responded, This is the first time I've heard about this. You never told me before now. I don't know who has done this. So Abraham took the sheep and cattle and gave them to Abimelech, and the two men made a covenant. Then Abraham set apart from his flock 7 ewe lambs, and Abimelech asked him, What are you doing with these 7 ewe lambs you have set apart? He replied, I'm giving them to you, and by accepting these 7 ewe lambs, you acknowledge the proof that I dug this well and it belongs to me. That place was called Beersheba because it was there that both men swore an oath to one another. After completing their pact at Beersheba, King Abimelech and Phicol, his army commander, departed and returned to the Philistine country. Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba, and there he worshipped Yahweh, the everlasting God. And Abraham lived many years in peace as a foreigner in Philistine country. Chapter 22. Sometime later, God tested Abraham. He said, Abraham. Yes, I'm here, Abraham answered. God said, Please take your son, your only son, Isaac, whom I know you dearly love, and go to the land of Moriah. Offer him up to me as a burnt offering on one of the mountains which I will show you. Early the next morning, Abraham cut the wood for the burnt offering, loaded it on his donkey, and set out for the distant place God had shown him. He took with him 2 of his servants and his son Isaac. On the 3rd day, Abraham looked up and saw the place in the distance. Stay here with the donkey, Abraham told the young men. Isaac and I will go up and worship. Then we will return to you. So Abraham took the wood for the burnt offering and placed it on Isaac's back. Abraham carried the knife and the fire, and the 2 of them walked up the mountain together. Father? Isaac broke the silence. Yes, my son, Abraham replied. We have the wood and the fire, Isaac said, but where is the lamb for the burnt offering? Abraham answered, My son, God himself will provide the lamb for an offering. So they went on together. When they arrived at the place on Mount Moriah that God had shown him, Abraham built an altar and stacked the wood on it. He tied up his son Isaac and laid him on top of the wood on the altar. Then Abraham took the knife in his hand to plunge it into his son. But the angel of Yahweh called to him from heaven, saying, Abraham. Yes, I'm here, he answered. Do not lay a hand on the boy or harm him, he said. For now I know you are fully dedicated to me, since you did not withhold your son, your beloved son, from me. As Abraham looked up, his eyes fell upon a ram caught by its horns in a nearby thicket. Abraham took the ram and sacrificed it on the altar as a burnt offering in Isaac's place. So Abraham named that place Yahweh Appears. Even to this day it is said, on Yahweh's mountain there is vision. Yahweh's angel spoke a second time from heaven. I solemnly promise you, by the glory of my own name decrees Yahweh, because you've obeyed my voice and did not withhold from me your son, your beloved son, I will greatly bless you. I will make sure your seed becomes as numerous as the stars of heaven and as the sand of the seashore. Your offspring will take possession of the city gates of their enemies. Because you have obeyed me, the entire world will be blessed through your seed. So Abraham and Isaac returned to the waiting servants, and they departed from Beersheba, where Abraham had settled. Sometime later, Abraham heard the news. You're an uncle. Milcah and your brother Nahor have 8 sons. Uz, their firstborn, Buz, his brother, and Kemuel, the father of Aram, Chesed, Hazo, Pildash, Jidlap, and Bethuel, the father of Abeka. Moreover, Nahor had another wife, Reumah, who also had 4 sons, Teba, Gaham, Tahash, and Maacah. Chapter 23. Sarah lived to be 127. She died in the land of Canaan at Kiriath Arba, now known as Hebron. There Abraham mourned and wept for her. After his time of mourning was over, Abraham got up from where her body lay and went to speak with the Hittites. He said to them, I live as an alien and stranger among you. Sell me some of your property so I can use it as a burial site for my wife. Hear us, my lord, the Hittites answered. You are a mighty prince of God among us. You may bury your dead in the choicest of our tombs. None of us will withhold our burial ground from you. Then Abraham bowed respectfully before the Hittites and the people of the land, and he said to them, if you are willing to allow my wife a proper burial, then please hear me out. On my behalf, please persuade your countryman Ephron, the son of Zohar, to sell me the cave he owns in Machpelah, on the edge of his land. Let him sell it to me publicly and at the full price, so that I may own it for a burial site. Now Ephron the Hittite was sitting there among his countrymen. He spoke up so all the Hittites who sat at the gate as elders of the city could hear him. He said, no, my lord, listen, I will give you not only the cave, but also the entire field. In the presence of my people, I will give it to you to bury your dead. Then Abraham bowed low before the people of the land, and he said to Ephron, in the hearing of all the people, no, please listen, kind sir, I will pay whatever the field is worth. Take my money so that I can bury my dead there. If you insist, my lord, answered Ephron. But what is a piece of land worth? Only 400 silver shekels to men of our standing. Go ahead and bury your dead. So Abraham agreed to the amount, weighed out the 400 silver shekels according to the merchant's standard of weight, and in the presence of the Hittites he gave the money to Ephron. So Ephron's field of Machpelah, east of Mamre, along with the cave and all the trees within its borders, passed to Abraham as his legal possession. The complete transaction was carried out in the presence of the Hittites, those who sat as elders at the city gates. After this, Abraham buried his wife Sarah in the cave there in the field of Machpelah near Mamre, now Hebron, in the land of Canaan. Both the field and the cave passed from the Hittites to Abraham's possession to be his family burial ground. Chapter 24. Now, Yahweh had wonderfully blessed Abraham in every way, and he became a very old man, well advanced in years. One day, Abraham called for his trusted head servant, who was in charge of all that he had, and said, "Please put your hand here under my thigh, and I will make you swear by Yahweh, the God of heaven and earth, that you will not acquire a wife for my son among the daughters of the Canaanites, whom I am living. Promise me you will go instead to my relatives in my native land and find a wife among them for my son Isaac." The servant asked him, "Suppose the woman is not willing to come back with me to this land, should I then take your son back to your native land?" "Absolutely not," Abraham answered. "Make sure that you do not take my son back there. For Yahweh, the God of heaven, took me from my father's house and from the land of my birth. He spoke to me and solemnly promised that he would give this land to my descendants. I know he will send his angel before you so that you can find a wife for my son from there. And if for any reason the woman is unwilling to come back with you, then you are released from this oath that you swear to me. But no matter what, do not take my son back there." So the servant put his hand under the thigh of his master Abraham and swore an oath to carry out his wishes. So the servant took 10 of his master's camels, loaded them with all sorts of gifts, some of the best things his master owned, and journeyed toward the distant land of Mesopotamia, until he got to the village where Abraham's brother Nahor had lived. He had his camels kneel by a well outside the village. It was evening, the time when the women came out to draw water. He prayed, "Yahweh, God of my master Abraham, let my journey here be a success, and show your gracious love to my master Abraham. I am standing here by this well, and the young women of the village are coming out to draw water. Give me a sign, and I will say to one of the girls, 'Please lower your jar and give me a drink.' And if she is the right one, the girl whom you have chosen to be a wife for your servant Isaac, then let her say to me, 'Drink, and I will also draw water for your camels.' By this sign, I will know that you have shown your gracious love to my master." Suddenly, before he had finished praying, there was Rebekah approaching the well with her jar on her shoulder. She was the daughter of Bethuel and granddaughter of Milcah and Abraham's brother Nahor. The young woman was strikingly beautiful, unmarried, and still a virgin. She walked down to the well, filled a jar, and came back up. Abraham's servant hurried over to meet her and said, "Please lower your jar and give me a little drink." She responded, "Drink, my lord." She then quickly lowered her jar to give him a drink. Then after she had finished giving him a drink, she added, "I will also draw water for your camels until they have finished drinking." She quickly emptied her jar into the watering trough and ran back to the well to draw more water until she had watered all the camels. Meanwhile, the servant stared at her, silently pondering whether Yahweh had indeed made his journey successful. After the camels had finished drinking, he took a costly gold nose ring weighing half a shekel and 2 solid gold bracelets weighing 10 shekels and gave them to Rebekah. Then he asked her, "Tell me, "Who is your father? Is there room in your father's house for me and my men to stay tonight?" She replied, "My father's name is Bethuel, and my grandparents are Milcah and Nahor." She went on, "There is room for you to spend the night at our home, and plenty of straw and food for the camels." Upon hearing this, the servant bowed down and worshipped Yahweh, saying, "Praised be Yahweh, the God of Abraham, for you have faithfully kept your promise to my master and displayed your wonderful kindness and love. Yahweh, you led me straight to the very place of my master's relatives." Then the girl quickly ran to inform her mother and family about all that had happened. Now Rebekah had an older brother named Laban, and when he heard everything the man had told his sister and saw her gold nose ring and the costly bracelets dangling on her wrist, Laban ran out to meet the man waiting at the well. And there he was, standing beside his camels. Then Laban said to the man, "Friend, Yahweh has wonderfully blessed you. Please, come to my home. Why are you standing out here when I have prepared the house for you and a place for your camels?" So the man came into the house, and his camels were unloaded and given straw and feed. The servants brought water to wash the man's feet and the feet of the men with him. But when they set food before him, he said, "I won't eat until I tell you why I'm here." "Please tell us," Laban said. "I am Abraham's servant," he began. "Yahweh has wonderfully blessed my master, and he has become extremely wealthy. Yahweh has given him flocks and herds, camels and donkeys, a fortune in silver and gold, and many male and female servants. And my master's wife, Sarah, has miraculously borne him a son in her old age. And my master's son is the sole heir of his fortune. My master has put me under an oath, saying, 'Do not get away from my son from among the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I am living. Instead, go to my relatives in my native land and find a wife among them for my son.' In reply, I said to my master, 'Suppose the woman refuses to return with me?' He answered me, 'Yahweh, in whose presence I have walked all these years, will send his angel with you, and will make your mission successful, and you will find a wife for my son from among my relatives, my father's family. If you go to my relatives and they will not give her to you, then and only then will you be released from this oath.' So when I arrived at the well today, I prayed, 'O Yahweh, God of my master Abraham, make my mission a success. I'm here standing at this well. May the right girl for my master's son come out and to draw water. And when she does, I will say to her, "Please give me a little drink from your jar." And if she replies saying, "Drink, and I will also draw water for your camels," then I might know that she is the young woman Yahweh has chosen for my master's son." Before I had even finished my heartfelt prayer, there was Rebekah coming out with her water jar on her shoulder. After she went down to the well and filled her jar, I said to her, "Please give me a drink." She quickly lowered her jar and said, "Drink, and I will also draw water for your camels." So I drank, and she also watered the camels. Then I asked her, "Tell me, who is your father?" She said, "I'm the daughter of Bethuel, son of Nahor, whom Milcah bore to him. When I learned she was of my master's family, I put a gold ring in her nose and gold bracelets on her wrists. And I bowed before Yahweh and worshipped him. I praised Yahweh, the God of my master Abraham, who led me perfectly on the right path to find the very daughter of my master's brother to marry his son. Now, if you will show faithful love to my master and do what is right, then give me permission to take Rebekah back to his land. If not, tell me, and I will go on my way." After hearing this, Laban and Bethuel said, "This was all planned by Yahweh. If this is his plan, what can we say? Here stands our Rebekah before you. You may take her and go, and let her marry your master's son, and fulfill Yahweh's plan for her." When Abraham's servant heard their words, he bowed his face down to the ground and worshipped Yahweh. Then he brought expensive jewelry of silver and gold and exquisitely embroidered garments, and gave them all to Rebekah. And he gave costly gifts to her brother and her mother. Afterward, the servant and his men ate and drank, and they spent the night in Laban's home. First thing in the morning, he said to them, "Allow me now to return to my master." Her brother and mother replied, "Please let Rebekah remain with us a while, for 10 days or so. Then she may go with you." He responded, "Please, Yahweh has made my mission successful. Send me off with her to my master. Don't make me wait." They answered him, "We will call for Rebekah and see what she wants to do." So they called for Rebekah and asked her, "Will you go with this man?" "I will gladly go with him," she answered. So they sent their sister Rebekah away with her servant girls to go with Abraham's servant and his men. As she departed, they blessed her with these words, "Our dear sister, may you become thousands of 10,000s. May your descendants gain possession of the city gates of their foes." When Rebekah and her servant girls mounted the camels and followed the servant and his men. Meanwhile, Isaac, who was living in the southern desert of Canaan, had just come back to his camp from the well of the living one who watches over me. Isaac went out in the evening into the field to meditate. He looked up and saw camels coming in the distance. As Rebekah got closer, she raised her eyes, and when she saw Isaac, she nearly fell off her camel. She whispered to the servant, "Who is that man walking in the field towards us?" "Why, he's the one about whom I told you. That's my young master," the servant said. So Rebekah quickly took her veil and covered her face. Then the servant began to explain to Isaac in detail all the amazing things that had happened. Isaac fell in love with Rebekah. He took her to be his wife, and they were married. And he brought her into his mother Sarah's tent. In this way, Isaac was greatly comforted after his mother's death. Chapter 25. Now Abraham had taken another wife, whose name was Keturah. She and Abraham had sons named Zimran and Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shua. Jokshan was the father of Sheba and Dedan. Dedan's sons were Asherites, the Letushites, and the Limutites. Midian's sons were Ephah, Epher, Hanok, Abida, and Eldah. All these were the descendants of Keturah. Abraham gave all that he possessed to Isaac, but to his sons, by his concubines, he gave gifts while he was still living. He sent them all away eastward, separating them from his son, Isaac. Abraham lived a total of 175 years. Abraham took his final breath, dying at a good old age. After having lived a full, content life, he joined his ancestors. His sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field which had belonged to Ephron, the son of Zohar the Hittite, east of Mamre. They buried him next to his wife Sarah, in the same field that Abraham purchased from the Hittites. After Abraham had passed, God greatly blessed his son Isaac, and Isaac settled near the well named the Well of the Living One who watches over me. This is the account of the descendants of Abraham's son Ishmael, whom Sarah's servant Hagar the Egyptian bore to Abraham. The names of Ishmael's sons in their birth order are Nebaioth the firstborn, and Kedar, Abdil, Mibsam, Mishma, Duma, Massa, Hadad, Tema, Jeter, Napish, and Kedemah. These 12 sons of Ishmael became princes of 12 tribes that were named after them, listed by the places they settled and camped. They occupied the land from Havilah to Shur, which is east of Egypt, in the direction of Assyria. And Ishmael lived in hostility toward all his people. At the age of 137, Ishmael breathed his last and died, and was joined to his ancestors. This is how the story of Isaac begins. He was the beloved son of Abraham and the successor of Abraham's blessing. When he was 40, he married Rebekah. She was the daughter of Bethuel, the sister of Laban. Both her father and brother were Arameans from Padan Aram. Now Rebekah was unable to have children, but Isaac pleaded with Yahweh on behalf of his wife because she was barren, and she did get pregnant, for Yahweh responded to Isaac's prayer. During her pregnancy, Rebekah could feel twins thrashing and struggling with each other inside her womb. So she went to inquire of Yahweh, saying, "Why do I have to live with this?" And Yahweh answered her, saying, "The two sons in your womb will become two nations, and the two peoples within you will become rivals. One people will become stronger than the other, and the older will serve the younger." And when the time came for Rebekah to give birth, sure enough, she had twins. The first one came out reddish and covered with hair like a hairy garment. So they named him Esau, and his brother came out with his hand grasping Esau's heel. So they named him Jacob. Isaac was 60 when the twins were born. When the boys grew up, Esau became a rugged outdoorsman and a hardy hunter. But Jacob was more contemplative, content to stay close to home. Isaac loved Esau because he was fond of eating wild game, but Rebekah dearly loved Jacob. One day, when Jacob was cooking a stew, Esau returned from hunting, and he was famished. Smelling the aroma of food, Esau said to Jacob, "I'm starving. Let me eat some of that red stuff you're cooking." This is why he is also called Edom. "Yes, but first you must trade me your birthright," Jacob replied. "Can't you see I'm dying of hunger?" Esau said. "What good is the birthright if I'm dead?" But Jacob insisted. "First swear to me that you'll give it to me." So Esau swore an oath and surrendered his birthright to Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau some lentil stew and bread. When Esau had finished eating and drinking, he just got up and walked away. Esau cared nothing about his own birthright. Chapter 26. Now another famine struck the land, like the one in Abraham's time. Isaac traveled to Gerar, where Abimelech was the Philistine king. Yahweh appeared before Isaac and said, "Do not go down to Egypt. Stay in the land that I will reveal to you. Live there as a foreigner, and my presence will be with you. I promise to bless you, for I will give all these lands to you and your descendants. I will fulfill the oath I swore to your father Abraham. I will make your descendants as numerous as the stars of heaven, and I will one day give them all these lands. I will bless all the nations of the earth through your offspring, because Abraham was faithful to me. He listened to my voice and yielded his heart to follow my direction. He kept my commandments, my instructions, and my teachings. So Isaac settled in Gerar. The men of the land noticed Rebekah's beauty and asked Isaac about her. "Oh, she's just my sister," he replied. Rebekah was indeed very beautiful, and he was afraid to tell him, "She's my wife," for he thought that the men of the land would kill him and take his wife. One day, after Isaac had lived there a while, the Philistine king Abimelech looked out at his window and saw Isaac affectionately caressing his wife Rebekah. So Abimelech summoned Isaac and said, "So, this woman is your wife. Why did you say that she was your sister?" "Because I thought the men of the land would kill me and take her," Isaac said. "Don't you realize what you've done to us?" Abimelech asked. "One of our men might have slept with your wife, and you would have brought guilt and punishment upon us." So Abimelech issued a stern warning to all the people, saying, "Whoever lays a hand on this man or his wife shall be put to death." Isaac planted crops in that land, and in the same year he reaped 100-fold harvest, for Yahweh greatly blessed him. Isaac grew richer and richer until he was extremely wealthy. He acquired so many flocks and herds and so many servants that the Philistines grew jealous. So the Philistines stopped up all of Isaac's wells and filled them with dirt, the same wells his father's servants had done at the time of Abraham. Eventually, Abimelech's jealousy got the better of him, and he said to Isaac, "You must leave us. You have become too rich and powerful for us." So Isaac departed from Abimelech's domain and camped near the Wadi of Gerar, where he settled. Isaac reopened and restored the wells his father Abraham had originally dug, the wells the Philistines had stopped up after Abraham's death. And Isaac gave these wells the same names that his father had given them. One day, when Isaac's servants dug in the valley, they uncovered a spring-fed well. But the herdsmen of Gerar picked a fight with Isaac's herdsmen, saying, "That's our well." So Isaac named the well Argument because of the sharp contention. They dug a second well, and it also caused a quarrel. So Isaac named that well Hostility. Then he pulled up stakes from there and dug a third well, but this one was dug without any quarreling. So Isaac named it Spacious, saying, "Finally, Yahweh has made ample room for us, and we will become prosperous in the land." From there, Isaac moved his camp to Beersheba. That very night, Yahweh appeared before him and said, "I am the God of Abraham your father. You will never need to fear a thing, for I am with you, and I will greatly bless you. Your children will flourish and succeed because of the promises I gave my servant Abraham." So Isaac built an altar and prayed and worshipped Yahweh there. He pitched his tent there, and his servants started digging another well. Then King Abimelech came to Isaac from Gerar with his advisor Ahuzath and his army commander Phicol. Isaac asked them, "Why have you come to me now, since you hated me and sent me away?" They answered, "We have witnessed firsthand how powerfully Yahweh's favor has been with you. So we say, let there be a peace treaty among us. Let us make a covenant to do each other no harm. Swear to us that you will not trouble us, just as we have not troubled you and have always treated you well and sent you away in peace. Now look at how Yahweh has blessed you." So Isaac prepared a wonderful feast for them, and they all ate and drank together. Then the next morning they got up early and exchanged oaths. Isaac said goodbye to them, and they left Isaac in peace. Later that same day, Isaac's servants came with wonderful news about the well they had dug, saying, "We've just found water." So he named it Oath. This is why the city where they dug the well is called Beersheba to this day. When Esau was 40, he married two Hittite women, Judith, the daughter of Beri, and Basemath, the daughter of Elon. They made life miserable for Isaac and Rebekah. Chapter 27. When Isaac was very old and blind, he called for his oldest son Esau and asked him, "My son?" "I am here, father," Esau answered. "As you can see, I am now an old man," Isaac said, "and I may die any day now. So please take your hunting gear, your bow and arrows, and go out into the field and hunt some wild game for me. Then prepare me a savory meal, the food I love, and bring it to me. After I eat it, I will bless you from my innermost being before I die." Now, Rebekah was eavesdropping on their conversation. So when Esau left for the field to hunt for game to cook for Isaac, she found Jacob and said to him, "I just overheard your father say to your brother Esau, 'Bring me some wild game and prepare a savory meal for me. Afterward, I will bless you in the presence of Yahweh before I die. Listen carefully, my son, and do everything I tell you. Go out to the flock and bring me 2 of the best young goats. I'll cook them for your father and prepare a delicious meal, the way he loves it. Then you take it to him and eat, and your father will bless you before he dies." Jacob objected, "But my brother Esau is covered with hair, and I'm smooth-skinned. If my father feels my hairless skin, he'll know I'm not Esau. He'll think I'm a trickster, and I'll end up bringing a curse upon myself rather than a blessing." "My son," his mother said, "let any curse against you fall on me alone. Just do what I say and go and get the goats for me." So he went and got the goats and brought them to his mother. She prepared a delicious meal, just the way his father loved it. Then Rebekah picked out the best clothes of her older son Esau and put them on her younger son Jacob. She covered Jacob's hands and the soft part of his neck with goat skins. Then she handed Jacob the tasty dish and the bread that she had prepared, and he took them to Isaac. "Father?" Jacob said. Isaac replied, "Which one of my sons are you?" Jacob answered, "It is I, Esau, your firstborn. I have done as you asked. Please sit up. Eat some of this delicious game you love, so that you may give me your innermost blessing." Isaac asked his son, "How in the world did you find game so quickly, my son?" "Yahweh, your God, caused it to come right to me," he replied. Then Isaac said to Jacob, "Please, please, come closer that I may touch you, my son. I need to really know for certain that you are Esau." So Jacob inched closer to his father Isaac, who felt his skin and said, "You sound like Jacob, but your hands are Esau's." Because his hands were hairy like his brother Esau's, Isaac was tricked and did not recognize that it was really Jacob. As he was about to give him his blessing, Isaac asked him again, "Are you really my son Esau?" Jacob answered, "I am." "Then bring the food to me," Isaac said, "and let me eat my son's game. Then I will give you my blessing." So Jacob gave his father the food, and he ate it. He brought him wine, and he drank it. Then Isaac said to him, "My son, come near and kiss me." So he came near and kissed him. Isaac recognized the smell of his son's clothes and blessed him, saying, "Ah, the smell of my son is like the smell of a lush field that Yahweh has blessed. May God give you heaven's dew, the fatness of earth, and an abundance of grain and new wine. Let people serve you and nations bow down to you. May you be master over your brothers, and may your mother's sons bow down to you. Those who curse you will be cursed, and those who bless you will be blessed." No sooner had Jacob left from receiving the blessing of his father Isaac than his brother Esau arrived home from hunting. He too prepared a savory meal for his father and took it to him. He said to Isaac, "Sit up, my father. Eat some of your son's wild game. so that you can give me your innermost blessing." His father Isaac asked him, "Who are you?" "I'm Esau, your firstborn son," he answered. When Isaac realized what had happened, he began to tremble and shake violently. He asked, "Who was it then that hunted wild game and brought it to me? I've already eaten it and all before you came. And I gave him the blessing, yes, and he will be blessed indeed." When Esau heard his father's words, he burst into bitter weeping and uncontrollable sobbing. He said to his father, bless me too, father." Isaac answered, "Your brother was here and deceived me. He has taken away your blessing." Esau exclaimed, "Jacob, that heel grabber! The name fits him perfectly. Now he has tricked me twice. He stole my birthright, and now he's robbed me of my blessing." Then he asked, "Father, haven't you reserved a blessing for me?" Isaac replied, "You don't understand. My blessing will empower him to be master over you. I have already given him all his brothers and relatives as servants. My blessing will richly provide him with grain and new wine. What more is left for me to do for you, my son?" Esau pleaded with his father, "Is that the only blessing you have to give? Bless me too, my father." Esau could not hold back his tears, and he wept loudly. Then Isaac his father spoke these words, "You will live far from earth's bounty and far from heaven's dew on high. You will live by the sword and serve your brother. But when you grow restless, you will break free from his control." Esau hated Jacob because he stole his blessing. He said to himself, "In a short time my father will be gone. After the time for mourning his death has passed, I will kill my brother Jacob." But when Rebekah found out about her older son Esau's plan, she quickly sent for her younger son Jacob and said to him, "Listen, your brother Esau is planning to exact revenge by killing you. My son, you must do what I say. Run away at once to my brother Laban in Haran. You can live with him there for a while until your brother calms down. After your brother's anger has died down and he has forgotten what you have done to him, I will send a messenger to bring you back from there. Why should I lose both my sons in one day?" Later, Rebekah said to Isaac, "I'm so disgusted with our Hittite daughters-in-law. I'd rather die than see Jacob marry one of those local girls. These Hittite women." Chapter 28. Before Jacob left, Isaac called for him, blessed him, and gave him these instructions. "I forbid you to marry any Canaanite woman. Leave at once for the land of your grandfather Bethuel in Padan Aram, and find one of the young women there to marry, one of your uncle Laban's daughters. May the God who is always more than enough bless you abundantly. May he make you fruitful and multiply your descendants until you become many tribes. May he impart to you and your seed the blessing of Abraham, so that you may possess the land where you now live as a foreigner, the land God gave to Abraham." Then Isaac sent Jacob on his way to Padan Aram, the land of his grandfather Bethuel the Aramean, to the home of Laban, Bethuel's son, and the brother of Rebekah, the mother of Jacob and Esau. Esau had learned that Isaac had blessed Jacob and sent him away to Padan Aram to find a wife there, and that while blessing him, Isaac had instructed him, "Don't marry a Canaanite woman." Furthermore, Esau found out that Jacob had obeyed his parents and fled to Padan Aram. Esau, knowing that his father Isaac disapproved of Canaanite women, went to Ishmael's clan and chose a woman named Mahalath to be one of his wives. She was the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's son, and sister of Nebaioth. Jacob left Beersheba and journeyed toward Haran. He encountered a certain place at sunset and camped there for the night. He took a stone from there and made it his pillow and lay down to sleep. He had a dream of a stairway securely fixed on the earth and reaching into heaven. In his dream, messengers of God were ascending and descending on the stairway. And Yahweh stood beside him and said to him, "I am Yahweh, the God of your father Abraham, and the God of Isaac. You are lying on the very ground that I will give to you and your descendants. They will become as numerous as the specks of dust on the earth, and they will extend their territory in all directions. Through you and your descendants, I will bless the whole world. Never forget, I am always with you and will protect you wherever you go. And one day I will bring you back to this land, for I will never leave you nor fail to fulfill every word I have promised you." When Jacob awoke from his dream, he said, "Yahweh is here. He is in this place and I didn't realize it." Terrified and overwhelmed, he said, "How awesome is this place! I have stumbled right into the house of God. This place is a portal, the very gate of heaven." Early in the morning, Jacob took his stone he had under his head and set it up as a pillar and anointed it by pouring oil over the top of it. He named that place Bethel, for the city was once named called Luz. Then Jacob committed himself to God, saying, "If you will always be with me and protect me on this long journey, and if you give me bread to eat and clothing to wear, and if I return safely to my father's house, then Yahweh, you will be my God. See, I have set up this sacred stone pillar, and it will be your house. God, I promise to set aside 1/10 of all that you give me as my gift to you." Chapter 29. Jacob resumed his journey and entered the land east of Canaan. One day, Jacob came to a well out in the open country where the shepherds watered their animals. 3 flocks of sheep and goats were lying near the well, which had a large, heavy stone covering the opening. Whenever all the flocks gathered there, the shepherds would roll away the stone from the mouth of the well, water their sheep, and then roll the stone back over the top of the well. Jacob approached them and said, "Good day, friends. Where are you from?" "We're from Haran," they answered. "Do you happen to know Laban, a grandson of Nahor?" Jacob said. "We do," they replied. Jacob asked, "How's he doing?" "He's doing well," they answered. "As a matter of fact, here comes his daughter Rachel right now with her flock." Jacob said to them, "Look, it's not time for the animals to gather together here. It's now the hottest hour of the day. Let's go ahead and water the sheep. Then you can go and pasture them." They replied, "First, we have to wait until all the flocks are gathered. After that, the stone needs to be rolled away from the mouth of the well. Then we'll water the animals." While they were still speaking, Rachel, the shepherdess, drew near to the well with her father's sheep. As soon as Jacob took one good look at Rachel, the beautiful daughter of his uncle Laban, he quickly went over to the mouth of the well and single-handedly rolled away the stone and watered all the flock of his uncle Laban. Immediately, he walked up to Rachel and kissed her. Unable to hold back his tears, Jacob wept aloud. After he composed himself, he explained to Rachel, "I'm your father's nephew, your Aunt Rachel's son." Upon hearing this, Rachel ran to tell her father. When Laban heard the news that his nephew Jacob had arrived at the well, he ran to greet him. Laban hugged and kissed Jacob and welcomed him into his home. After Jacob told him the story of all that happened, Laban said to him, "Certainly, you are my own flesh and blood." Jacob stayed with him for an entire month and worked for him. Afterward, Laban said to Jacob, Just because you're my relative doesn't mean I expect you to work for nothing. Tell me, what do you want your wages to be?" Now Laban had 2 daughters. The older was Leah and the younger was Rachel. Rachel had a lovely figure and was gorgeous, but Leah's eyes were weak. Jacob had fallen in love with Rachel, so he answered Laban, "I will serve you for 7 years for the hand of your younger daughter Rachel." Laban replied, "I'd rather give her to you than some older man. Stay and work for me." So Jacob served Laban for 7 years in exchange for Rachel. But because he loved her so deeply, the 7 years seemed like only a few days. After the 7 years, Jacob said to Laban, "My time is fulfilled. Give me your daughter so that I may marry her and sleep with her." So Laban prepared a wedding feast and invited all the people of the surrounding area. That night, Laban tricked Jacob into bringing his older daughter Leah to Jacob's tent, and he slept with her on his wedding night. Laban assigned Zilpah to be Leah's servant. When Jacob woke up the next morning, he was shocked to find Leah lying next to him. So he confronted Laban and said, "What have you done to me? Didn't I serve you these 7 years for Rachel? Why have you tricked me?" Laban answered, "It's not our custom here to give the younger daughter in marriage before the older daughter is married. Wait until this bridal week of festivities is over, then I'll give you Rachel. But you must serve me for another 7 years." Jacob complied with Laban's request. After he completed the prescribed week of Leah's wedding feast, Laban gave his daughter Rachel to be his wife, and he slept with her. Rachel was his true love, not Leah. Laban assigned Bilhah as his daughter Rachel's servant, and Jacob remained there serving Laban for another 7 years. When Yahweh saw that Leah was unloved, he opened her womb, but Rachel remained childless. Leah conceived, gave birth to a son, and named him Reuben, saying, "Because Yahweh looked upon me with compassion in my misery, surely now my husband will love me." She conceived again, gave birth to a son, and named him Simeon, saying, "Yahweh has heard that I am despised, and in his mercy he has given me this son also." Leah conceived the 3rd time, gave birth to a son, and named him Levi, saying, "This time my husband will be joined to me, because now I've given him 3 sons. Once again, Leah conceived and gave birth to a son. She named him Judah, saying, "This time I will praise the Lord." Then she stopped bearing children for a while. Chapter 30. When Rachel saw that she could not give Jacob children, her jealousy toward her sister simmered. So she said to Jacob, "Give me sons or I'll die." Jacob became furious with Rachel and said, "Am I God? He's the one keeping you from bearing children." She replied, "Here's my servant Bilhah, sleep with her. She can be my surrogate, then I can have children through her and build a family." So Rachel gave her servant Bilhah to Jacob as another wife, and Jacob slept with her. And Bilhah conceived and bore Jacob a son. And Rachel named him Dan, saying, "God has vindicated me. He heard my voice and gave me a son." Then her servant Bilhah conceived again and bore Jacob a second son. Rachel named him Naphtali, saying, "I have wrestled mightily with my sister and I won." Meanwhile, when Leah saw that she had ceased bearing children, she took her servant Zilpah and gave her to Jacob as another wife. Zilpah bore Jacob a son, and Leah named him Gad, saying, "What good fortune." Zilpah bore Jacob a second son, and Leah named him Asher, saying, "Oh, happy day." All the women will say, "She's happy now." One day, during the wheat harvest, Reuben found some mandrake plants in the field and brought them to his mother Leah. Rachel said to Leah, "Please give me some of your son's mandrakes." Leah replied, "You already took away the affection of my husband, so now you're going to take my son's mandrakes too?" Rachel said, "All right then. I'll let him sleep with you tonight in exchange for your son's mandrakes." That evening, when Jacob was coming home from the field, Leah went out to meet him and said, "You must sleep with me tonight, for I paid for your services with my son's mandrakes." So Jacob slept with Leah that night. God listened compassionately to Leah's cry. She became pregnant and bore Jacob a fifth son, whom she named Issachar, saying, "God rewarded me for giving my maidservant to my husband." Once again, Leah conceived and bore Jacob a sixth son, whom she named Zebulun, saying, "God has given me good gifts for my husband. Now he will accept me, for I've given him 6 sons." Lastly, Leah gave birth to a daughter named her Dinah. God listened to Rachel's heart cry and had compassion on her and made her fertile. She conceived and bore a son and named him Joseph, saying, "God has taken away my disgrace. May Yahweh add to me another son." After Rachel gave birth to Joseph, Jacob said to Laban, "Release me to go back home to my homeland. You know how hard I've worked for you these many years to finish paying for my 2 wives. Give them to me along with my children, and I'll be on my way." Laban countered, "If you please, I have learned by divine inquiry that I have become prosperous because of you and the blessing of Yahweh that's on your life. Just name your price and I'll give it to you." Jacob replied, "You know how hard I've worked for you and how your livestock has increased under my care. The little you had before I came has multiplied greatly, for Yahweh has blessed you wonderfully because I am here. But now I need to provide for my own family too." So Laban asked, "What should I give you?" "Nothing," Jacob replied. "You don't need to give me a thing. If you will do but one thing for me, I will continue to care for your flocks. Just let me pass through all your flocks today and take out every speckled and spotted sheep or goat and every black lamb. That's all the payment I ask. And in the future, when you review my wages, the integrity of my dealings with you will be obvious. If you find any animal among mine that is not speckled, spotted, or black, then you will know that I stole it." "Agreed," Laban said. "We'll do what you've suggested." But that same day, Laban secretly removed all the male and female goats that were speckled or spotted, all that had white on them, and all the black lambs, and left them under the care of his sons. He set a distance of a 3-day journey between himself and Jacob, while Jacob continued to tend the rest of Laban's flocks. Jacob, however, cut green branches of poplar, almond, and plane trees and peeled back part of their bark to expose the white inner wood of the branches. Then he set the partially peeled branches inside the water troughs where the goats would see them when they came to drink. For they mated when they came to the water troughs, and as they lowered their heads to drink, they saw the stripped branches in front of their eyes. Miraculously, they gave birth to streaked, speckled, and spotted young. But when the mating ewes, on the other hand, he made them face the streaked or completely black animals in Laban's flock. By doing this, he produced his own special flocks, which he didn't allow to mingle with Laban's. Moreover, every time the stronger females were in heat, Jacob laid the partially peeled branches in the water troughs in front of the flock, so that they would mate among the branches. But he didn't place the branches in front of the scrawny goats when they mated, leaving the feeble animals for Laban and the stronger for himself. In this way, Jacob quickly grew very wealthy and owned large flocks, a great number of camels and donkeys, and many male and female servants. Chapter 31. Now Jacob heard that the sons of Laban were complaining, "Everything Jacob owns he has taken from our father. He gained all his wealth from what our father owned." And Jacob saw that Laban no longer viewed him favorably as he once did. Then Yahweh said to Jacob, "Return to the land of your ancestors where you were born, and remember, I will be with you." So Jacob sent a message for Leah and Rachel to meet him in the field where his flocks were grazing. When they arrived, he said to them, "I can see that your father's attitude toward me has changed, but the God of my father has been with me. You both know I have worked for your father as hard as I could, although he has cheated me and reduced my wages over and over. Yet God has not allowed him to harm me. If he said, 'The speckled ones will be your wages,' then all the flock bore speckled. If he said, 'The striped ones will be your wages,' then all the flock bore striped. Because of these miracles, God has taken away your father's livestock and given them to me." Jacob continued, "Once during the breeding season, I had a dream. I saw that the male goats who were mating were all speckled, streaked, or spotted. In the dream, the angel of God called me by name, 'Jacob.' 'I am here,' I answered. Then he said, 'Observe and note that all the male goats that are mating are speckled, streaked, or spotted. For I have seen all that Laban is doing to you. I am the God who appeared to you at Bethel, where you anointed a pillar and made a vow to me. Now leave this land at once and return to the land of your birth.' Then Rachel and Leah answered him, 'Our father doesn't want us to inherit a portion from his estate. Hasn't he treated us as outsiders and not as members of his family? Not only did he sell us like property, but he has also spent our purchase price. Our father's wealth that God has given you was legally ours and our children to begin with. So go ahead and do whatever God has told you.' Jacob immediately put his wives and children on camels and took with him all the livestock and everything he had amassed in Padam Aram. He set out to return to his father Isaac in the land of Canaan. One day, when Laban had gone to his fields to shear his sheep, Rachel stole her father's household idols. Jacob had outwitted Laban the Aramean by secretly departing without telling him. He fled with all that he had, and after crossing the Euphrates, he headed for the hill country of Gilead. And it wasn't until 3 days later that Laban discovered Jacob had left. Laban, along with some of his relatives, took off in pursuit and chased after Jacob for 7 days. He had almost caught up with him in the hill country of Gilead when God appeared to Laban the Aramean in a dream and warned him, "Be careful that you neither harm nor threaten Jacob." Now Jacob had set up his camp with his flocks on a hill, and Laban had him in his sights. Laban and his companions set up their camp nearby. Laban approached Jacob and said, "Nephew, what have you done? You've deceived me and carried away my daughters like captives on a battlefield. Why did you trick me and run away in secret without telling me? I would have sent you off joyously, celebrating with singing and dancing to the tambourine and stringed instruments. And why did you not even let me kiss my daughters and grandchildren goodbye? What you have done is foolish. I could harm you, but the God of your fathers spoke to me in a dream last night, saying, 'Be careful that you neither harm nor threaten Jacob.' Now, I realize you ran away because you desperately longed to return to your father's house. But why did you steal my gods?" "I left in a hurry because I was afraid," Jacob answered. and I thought you would take your daughters from me by force. Whoever has taken your gods will be put to death. So here, in the presence of our relatives, if you can find among our possessions anything that is yours, take it." Now Jacob had no clue that Rachel had stolen the gods. Laban went immediately into Jacob's tent to search. Then he went into the tents of Zilpah and Bilhah, but found nothing. After searching Leah's tent, he went into Rachel's. Now Rachel had taken the family gods and put them in her camel's cushion and sat on them. She said to her father, "Please, my father, don't be angry if I don't rise before you, for I'm having my period." When he rummaged through her tent, he did not find them. Then Jacob became angry and complained to Laban, "What have I done wrong? What sin have I committed that you would hotly pursue me as if you were chasing a criminal? You have rummaged through all my things, and did you find anything of your own property? If you did, set them here in front of your relatives and mine. Let them decide between the two of us." Jacob continued, "For the last 20 years I have served you. The whole time your sheep and goats did not miscarry, nor did I feast on any of your rams. If one from your flock was mauled by a wild beast, I didn't bring it to you. I absorbed the loss myself. And you always made me pay for any missing animal, whether snatched by day or by night. Many times scorching heat consumed me by day and hard frost by night. I endured sleepless nights. For these 20 years that I've lived among you, I slaved away 14 years for your 2 daughters and 6 years for your flocks. And besides all that, you've reduced my wages over and over. If the God of my father, the God of Abraham, and the awesome one of Isaac had not been on my side, you certainly would have sent me away empty-handed. But God in his mercy took notice of how much I've suffered and how hard I've worked. And that's why he rebuked you last night in your dream." Laban replied to Jacob, "These women are my daughters. These children are my grandchildren, and the flocks are mine. In fact, everything you see belongs to me. But from today, I will not be able to do anything for my daughters and grandchildren. Come now, let's form a covenant between you and me. Let it endure as a witness between us." So Jacob took a stone, set it up as a pillar, and in the presence of his relatives, he said to them, "Everyone gather stones and place them here in a pile." And they did so. And afterward they ate together next to the heap of stones. Laban and Jacob named the place in both languages, Aramaic and Hebrew, calling it Witness Heap. And Laban said, "Today this heap of stones will be a witness between you and me of our enduring friendship." He called it Witness Heap and Watchpost. For Laban declared, "May Yahweh keep his eyes on us when we are absent from each other. If you mistreat my daughters or marry other women besides my daughters, remember that even though no one else is with us, God is watching us. Here is the heap of stones, and here is the memorial pillar that stands between us. This heap and this pillar stand as witness that I will never pass beyond them to harm you, and that you will never pass beyond them to harm me. Now, may the God of Abraham and the God of Nahor judge between us." Jacob made his vow by the awesome one of his father Isaac. Then Jacob offered a sacrifice on the mountain and called everyone together for a meal. And they remained there all night on the mountain. Early the next morning, Laban kissed his daughters and grandchildren, blessed them, and then he returned home. Chapter 32. As Jacob continued toward Canaan, the angels of God came to meet him. When he saw them, he exclaimed, "This is God's military camp." So he named that place 2 camps of angels. Jacob sent messengers ahead to his brother Esau, who was living in the land of Seir, the country of Edom. He instructed them, "Give this message from me to my master Esau. I'm your servant. I have lived with our uncle Laban all these years and have acquired sheep, cattle, donkeys, and both male and female servants. I send this message to you, my master, in the hope of finding favor in your eyes." When the messengers returned to Jacob, they informed him, "We gave your brother Esau your message, and he himself is coming here to meet you. In fact, he's on his way now with 400 men." Gripped with fear to the point of panic, Jacob split all the people who were with him into 2 camps, and also the flocks, herds, and camels. He said to himself, "If Esau attacks the first camp and destroys them, at least the other camp will escape." Then Jacob prayed, "Yahweh, God of my father Abraham and God of my father Isaac, you said to me, 'Return to your country and to your family, and I will make you prosper.' I am so unworthy of all the loving kindness and faithfulness that you have showered upon me, your servant. When I crossed this river Jordan years ago, all I had to my name was a staff in my hand. And now I have increased to become 2 camps. Save me, I pray, from the hand of my brother Esau, for I'm afraid he will come and kill all of us, including the women and children. You said to me, 'I will certainly prosper you and make your offspring as innumerable as the sand of the sea.'" So he spent the night there. And from what he had with him, Jacob sent a gift to his brother Esau, 200 female goats and 20 male goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 female camels and their calves, 40 cows and 10 bulls, 20 female donkeys and 10 male donkeys. He placed them in the care of his servants, each herd by itself. He told them, "Go on ahead of me and put some space between each herd." He gave these instructions to the one in the lead. "When my brother Esau meets you and asks, 'Who is your master? Where are you going? Who owns these herds you are driving?' then you are to say, 'They belong to your servant Jacob. He sent them as a gift to you, my lord Esau. And he is coming behind us.'" He likewise instructed the leaders of the second and the third herds and all those following them, "You must say the same thing when you meet Esau. And be sure to say, 'Your servant Jacob is coming behind us.'" Because he reasoned, "If I can appease Esau with these gifts before I have to meet him face to face, he may accept me." So he sent the gifts on ahead of him, while he spent that night in the camp. During the night, Jacob arose, woke up his 2 wives and his 2 maidservants and 11 sons, and had them cross the ford of the Jabbok River. He sent them across along with everything he had, and Jacob was left all alone. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a man appeared and wrestled with him until daybreak. When the man saw that he was not winning the match, he struck Jacob's hip and knocked it out of joint, leaving it wrenched as he continued to wrestle with him. Eventually, the man said to him, "Let me go, for the day is breaking." But Jacob refused. "No, not until you bless me." "What is your name?" asked the man. "Jacob," he replied. "Not anymore." The man said to him, "Your new name is Israel, for you have struggled both with God and with people and have overcome." Jacob said, "Please tell me your name." "Why ask my name?" the man replied. Then he spoke a blessing over Jacob. So Jacob named the place Peniel, saying, "I have seen God face to face, yet my life has been spared." The sun rose upon him, and he crossed the Jabbok River from Peniel, limping because of his hip. To this day, the Israelites do not eat the thigh muscle attached to the hip socket, because the man struck Jacob's hip socket at the thigh muscle. Chapter 33. When Jacob looked up, he saw Esau approaching with 400 men. So he quickly divided the children among Leah, Rachel, and the 2 maidservants. He lined up the maidservants and their children in the front, then Leah and her children, then Rachel and Joseph last of all. Then Jacob went ahead of them to face Esau. As he approached his brother, he bowed down to the ground 7 times before reaching him. But Esau ran to Jacob and hugged him. He threw his arms around Jacob's neck. He kissed him, and they wept in each other's arms. When Esau looked up and saw the women and children, he said to Jacob, "Who are all these coming behind you?" Jacob replied, "These are the children, your niece and nephews, whom God has graciously given your servant." Then the maidservants came forward with their children and bowed low before Esau. Leah likewise came forward with her children and bowed down. Finally, Rachel and Joseph came forward, and they bowed down to the ground before Esau. Esau asked Jacob, "Why did you send all these animals to me?" "I was hoping to find favor with you, my lord," Jacob replied. "But my brother," Esau laughed, I have plenty. Keep what you have for yourself." Jacob replied, "No, please. If I have found favor in your eyes, please take the gifts. For truly seeing your face after all these years, it's like looking upon the face of God. Since you have received me so warmly, please accept the blessing I have brought to you. For God has poured his grace over me, and I have everything I want." So with these words, Jacob urged him, and Esau accepted the gifts. Then Esau said, "Let's start out on our journey, and I'll walk alongside you." But Jacob replied, "My lord, you can see how tired the children are, and all our flocks and herds are nursing their young. If we drive them too hard, for even a day they will die. Please, my lord, go ahead of your servant. Let me move along slowly with my flocks and herds to give them a chance to graze. I must think of my children too, so go ahead of me, my lord, until I catch up with you in Seir." Esau said, "Well, at least let me leave with you some of my men." "You're so kind," Jacob replied, "but there's no need to do so." So that very day Esau and his men left to return to Seir. But Jacob went the opposite direction to Succoth instead, and built himself a house there. He also built shelters for his livestock, and that is why Jacob named the place Succoth. Jacob's journey home from Padan Aram finally brought him safe and sound to the Canaanite city of Shechem, where he camped just outside the city. He purchased the field where he pitched his tent from the clan of Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 pieces of silver. There he set up an altar and named it to the true God, the God of Israel. Chapter 34. One day, Jacob and Leah's daughter, Dinah, went out to visit the neighborhood girls. Now Hamor, the tribal chief of the Hivites, had a son named Shechem, who was the prince. When he saw how attractive Dinah was, he seized her and sexually assaulted her. His heart was drawn to Dinah, Jacob's daughter, so he sought to win her affection and spoke tenderly to her. Shechem went to his father Hamor and said, "Get me this girl to be my wife." Now Jacob heard that Shechem had violated his daughter Dinah, but his sons were in the fields with his livestock, so he waited to act until his sons returned home. Shechem's father Hamor brought his son to speak with Jacob about marriage arrangements. During their conversation, Jacob's sons came in from the field, and they heard the report of what Shechem had done to their sister Dinah. They were shocked and furious over the shameful act Shechem committed against Israel, a criminal act of sexual assault that should never have happened. But Hamor tried to defuse the situation, saying, "Listen, my son Shechem is in love with your daughter. Please give her to him in marriage. Let's allow our people to intermarry. Let your daughters marry our sons, and we will let our daughters marry your sons. You may settle here among us. Live anywhere you wish. Move about freely and acquire property." Then Shechem spoke up and said to Dinah's family, "Please let me find favor in your eyes. Whatever you require of me, I'll pay. Set the bride price as high as you wish, no matter how expensive it is. I'll pay whatever you ask. Only give me the young woman to be my wife." The sons of Jacob concocted a devious plan because of the rape of their sister Dinah. They answered Shechem and Hamor deceitfully, saying, "Our culture will not allow us to consent to our sister Dinah marrying someone who is uncircumcised, for that would be a disgrace to us. We would only approve of the marriage on one condition. You must circumcise every male among you and become as we are. Then we will allow our daughters to marry your sons and your daughters to marry our sons. And we will live among you and become one people. But if you refuse to be circumcised, then we will take our sister and be gone." The offer pleased Hamor and his son Shechem, and the young man lost no time in doing what they asked, because Shechem really wanted to marry Jacob's daughter. Now Shechem was the most honored in all his family, so Hamor and his son went to the gate of the city and spoke to the men, saying, "These people are our friends. Let them settle in our land and make themselves at home. There's plenty of room in the country for them. And let's agree to exchange our daughters in marriage and unite with us as one people. They only have one condition in order to live among us and to unite with us as one people. Every male among us must be circumcised as they are circumcised. Won't all of their livestock and property become ours? Let us agree to their request, so they will live among us." So all the townsmen agreed with Hamor and his son Shechem, and every male of the city was circumcised. 3 days later, while all the men were still suffering in pain, 2 of Jacob's sons, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, took their swords and attacked the unsuspecting city. They slaughtered every male of the city. They even killed Hamor and his son Shechem, and took Dinah from Shechem's house and left. Later, Jacob's other sons came upon the dead bodies, and they looted the city as retribution for the violation of their sister. They seized the flocks, herds, and donkeys, and all that was in the city and in the field. They plundered all their wealth and their household goods, and took their wives and children as captives. When Jacob found out, he said to Simeon and Levi, "What have you done? You have ruined my name. And now the Canaanites and Perizzites and all the people of this land will hate me. My men are so few that if they unite against me and attack, I and my household will be destroyed." But they answered him, "Why should they treat our sister like a whore?" Chapter 35. God said to Jacob, "Arise, go at once to Bethel and settle there. Build an altar there to God, who appeared to you when you were fleeing from your brother Esau." So Jacob said to his household and to all who were with him, "Get rid of every foreign god you have. Purify yourselves and change your clothes. Then come with me. Let us go up to Bethel. I will build an altar there to God, who answered my prayer when I was in distress, and whose presence has been with me wherever I have gone." Then they surrendered all the foreign gods they had, as well as their earrings. Jacob buried them under the oak tree near Shechem. As they made their way to Bethel, a tremendous fear of God fell upon all the cities around them, and no one dared pursue them. Jacob and all the people who were with him arrived in the land of Canaan at Luz, now known as Bethel. He built an altar there and named it El Bethel, because it was the place that God had unveiled himself when Jacob was running from his brother. During that time, Rebekah's nurse Deborah died. They buried her under an oak tree near Bethel, and they named the place Weeping Oak. After Jacob returned from Padan Aram, God appeared to him once again and blessed him, saying, "Your name was once Jacob, but no longer. Your new name is Israel." God named him Israel and said to him, "I am the God who is more than enough. Go and have many children, and they will multiply. A nation and a gathering of many nations will come from you, and you will be the ancestor of kings. I will give you the land which I gave to Abraham and to Isaac, and after you are gone, to your descendants." Then God ascended into heaven from the place where he had spoken to him. Jacob set up a stone pillar to memorialize the place where he had met him with God. He poured over it a drink offering and anointed the pillar with oil. Jacob called the place where God had spoken with him Bethel. From Bethel they journeyed on, and as they were approaching Ephrath, Rachel went into very hard and painful labor. As she was having great difficulty in giving birth, the midwife said to her, "Don't be afraid, for you're having another son." With her dying breath, Rachel said, "His name is son of my sorrow." But his father called him son of my right hand. Rachel died and was buried on the road to Ephrath, now Bethlehem. Jacob set up a pillar to mark her burial site, and it is known as the marker of Rachel's tomb to this day. Israel journeyed on and pitched his tent beyond Migdal Eder. While Israel was living in that land, Reuben went and slept with Bilhah, his father's concubine, and Israel found out. Jacob had 12 sons. Leah's sons were Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun. Rachel's sons were Joseph and Benjamin. The sons of Rachel's maidservant Bilhah were Dan and Naphtali. The sons of Leah's maidservant Zilpah were Gad and Asher. These were the sons of Jacob born to him in Padan Aram. Jacob came home to his father Isaac in Mamre near Kiriath Arba, that is, Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac had lived as foreigners. Isaac was 180 when he breathed his last and died. He died an old man and had lived a full life when he joined his ancestors, and his sons Esau and Jacob buried him there. Chapter 36. Here are the descendants of Esau, also known as Edom. Esau chose 3 wives from among Canaanite women: Adah, daughter of Elon the Hittite; Aholibamah, daughter of Anah, son of Zibeon the Hivite; and Basemath, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nebaioth. Adah bore Eliphaz to Esau; Basemath bore Reuel; and Aholibamah bore Jeush, Jalam, and Korah. These are the sons who were born to Esau in the land of Canaan. Esau took his wives, his sons, his daughters, his entire household, and the cattle, livestock, and possessions he had acquired in the land of Canaan, and migrated to the land of Seir, some distance from his brother Jacob, since the land where Jacob was living could not support their combined possessions and livestock. Esau, also known as Edom, settled in the hill country of Seir. This is the account of Esau, ancestor of the Edomites in the hill country of Seir. Esau's wife Adah bore him one son, Eliphaz, and Eliphaz had 5 sons: Teman, Omar, Zepho, Gatam, and Kenaz. Eliphaz also had a son with his concubine Timnah, named Amalek. Esau's wife Basemath bore him one son, Reuel, and Reuel had 4 sons: Nahath, Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. Esau's wife Aholibamah, the daughter of Anna and granddaughter of Zibeon, bore Esau 3 sons, Jeush, Jalam, and Korah. These are the tribes descended from Esau's firstborn son Eliphaz, who Ada bore, and who lived in Edom: Teman, Omar, Zepho, Kenaz, Korah, Gatam, and Amalek. These are the tribes descended from Esau and Basemath's son Ruel, who lived in Edom: Nahath, Zerah, Shema, and Mizah. These are the tribes descended from Esau's wife Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah, Jeush, Jalam, Korah. This concludes the list of the descendants of Esau, also known as Edom, and their respective tribes. These are the tribes descended from Seir the Horite, of the original inhabitants of Edom: Lotan, Shobal, Zibeon, Anah, Dishon, Ezer, and Dishan. All of these were descendants of Seir. Lotan's sons were Horai and Heman, and Lotan's sister was Timnah. Shobal's sons were Alvan, Manahath, Ebal, Shepho, and Onam. Zibeon's sons were Aiah and Anah. This is Anna, who discovered the springs in the wilderness while he was grazing the donkeys of his father Zibeon. Anna's son was Dishon, and Anna's daughter was Aholibamah. Dishon's sons were Hamdan, Ashban, Ithran, and Kiran. Ezer's sons were Bilhan, Zava, and Akan. Dishan's sons were Uz and Aran. This concludes the list of the Horite tribes in the land of Seir: Lotan, Shobal, Zibeon, Anna, Dishon, Ezer, and Dishan. Long before the Israelites had kings, these are the 8 kings who reigned in Edom: Bela, son of Beor, the city of Dinhabath. When Bela died, Jobab, son of Zerah, from the city of Bozrah, succeeded. When Jobab died, Husham from the land of Teman succeeded him. When Husham died, Hadad from the city of Avith, who was the son of Bedad, succeeded him. Hadad defeated the Midianites in the land of Moab. When Hadad died, Shamla of Masrekah succeeded him. When Shamla died, Shaul of Rehoboth on the river succeeded him. When Shaul died, Baal-Hanan, son of Akbor, succeeded him. When Baal-Hanan, son of Akbor, died, Hadar from the city of Pau, whose wife was Mehetabel, the daughter of Matred, Mezahab's granddaughters, succeeded him. These are the tribes of Esau, according to their clans and regions: Timnah, Alva, Jetheth, Aholibamah, Elah, Pinon, Kenaz, Teman, Mibzar, Magdiel, and Iram. This concludes the list of the Edomite tribes who settled and possessed land in different regions of their country. All the Edomites descended from Esau. Chapter 37. This is the story of the family of Jacob, who had settled in the land of Canaan, where his father Isaac had lived as an immigrant. Jacob's son Joseph was 17, and he served his older half-brothers, the sons of his father's wives Bilhah and Zilpah, helping them watch over the flocks. One day Joseph went to his father with a bad report about their behavior. Now Israel's love for Joseph surpassed that for his older sons, because he was born to him in his old age. So Israel made him a richly ornamented robe. When Joseph's brothers saw that their father loved him more than he loved them, they hated him and would not speak a kind word to him. One night Joseph had a dream, and when he shared it with his brothers, they hated him even more. "Listen to this dream I had," he told them. "There we were, binding sheaves of grain in the field, and suddenly my sheaf rose up and stood upright. Then your sheaves gathered around mine and bowed down to mine." His brothers asked him, "Oh, so you think you're going to be our king? Do you actually think you're destined to rule over us?" So the dream that he told them about made them hate him even more. Then another night, he had a dream, and he shared it with his brothers, saying, "Listen, I had another dream. This time the sun and moon and 11 stars were bowing down to me." When his father and brothers heard it, his father scolded him. "What kind of dream is that? Do you really think that I and your mother and your brothers are going to come and bow to the ground before you?" So his brothers grew more jealous of him, but his father kept pondering Joseph's dream. One day, when his brothers had gone to Shechem to care for their father's flock, Israel called for Joseph and said to him, "Your brothers are grazing the flocks near Shechem. I want you to go join them." "Yes, father, I'll go," Joseph replied. Jacob added, "Go find out how your brothers are doing with the flocks and bring word back to me." So his father sent him off from the valley of Hebron. When Joseph arrived at Shechem and began to roam the countryside looking for his brothers, a man approached him and asked, "What are you looking for?" "I'm looking for my brothers who are taking care of their flock," he answered. "Please tell me, do you know where they are?" The man replied, "They've left here already. I overheard them mention that they are going to Dothan." So Joseph took off to catch up with his brothers and found them at Dothan. As he was still a long distance away, the brothers recognized him by his robe, and by the time he reached them, they had plotted together to kill him. They said to each other, "Here comes this dream expert. Let's kill him and throw his body into one of these dry wells. We can say that a wild animal ate him. Then we'll see how his dreams turn out." When Reuben heard this, he tried to save Joseph's life. "Don't take his life," he said. "No bloodshed. Let's throw him into this pit in the middle of nowhere, but don't hurt him." Reuben said these things because he planned to return later to rescue Joseph and take him back to his father. When Joseph finally caught up with his brothers, they seized him, stripped him of his ornament robe, his beautiful full-length robe, and threw him into the dry, empty pit. Afterward, the brothers sat down to eat their food. When they looked up, they saw a caravan of Ishmaelite merchants coming from Gilead on their way to Egypt. They had many camels loaded with myrrh, spices, and perfumes. Judah spoke up and said to his brothers, "What will we gain by murdering our brother and covering up his blood? I have an idea. Let's sell Joseph to these Ishmaelites and not lay a hand on him, for he is our brother, our own flesh and blood." His brothers agreed. And when the Midianites, also known as Ishmaelites, came by, Joseph's brothers lifted him out of the pit and sold him to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver. And the merchants took Joseph far away to Egypt. Later, Reuben went to the pit and saw that Joseph was gone. He was overcome with grief and tore his clothes. He went to his brothers and said, "The boy is gone. What am I going to do now?" Then they took Joseph's colorful robe, killed a goat, and dipped the robe in its blood. They took the blood-stained robe back to their father and said, "We found this. Look it over. Doesn't it belong to your son?" Jacob recognized it instantly and cried out, "It's my son's robe. Some wild animal must have killed him. My son Joseph has been torn to pieces." Overcome with grief, Joseph tore his clothes, put on sackcloth, and mourned for his son a long time. All his sons and daughters came and tried to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. He told them, "No, I will mourn for him the rest of my life until I join my son in the realm of the dead." Joseph's father wept and wept for his son. Meanwhile, The Midianites took Joseph to Egypt and sold him to Potiphar, one of Pharaoh's officials, the captain of the guard. Chapter 38. Around that time, Judah left his brothers at Hebron and went to Adullam to stay with a man named Hira. There he met and married a Canaanite girl, the daughter of Shua. He slept with her, and she became pregnant and gave birth to a son, and Judah named him She conceived again and gave birth to another son, and named him Onan. While they were staying in Chezib, she gave birth to a third son and named him Shelah. When their sons were grown, Judah arranged for his eldest son, to marry a girl named Tamar. But had become so wicked in the sight of Yahweh that Yahweh ended his life. Then Judah said to Er's brother Onan, "Your duty is to join yourself to her. Go perform your duty as a brother-in-law and provide an heir for your brother." Onan, however, did not want to produce a child that would not be his own rightful heir. So whenever he and Tamar had intercourse, he purposely spilled his semen onto the ground and kept her from getting pregnant and having a child that would belong to his dead brother. But what he did was wicked in Yahweh's sight, so he took Onan's life also. Then Judah said to his daughter-in-law Tamar, "Live as a widow in your father's house until my youngest son Shelah grows up." So Tamar went home to her parents. But Judah worried that Shelah would end up dead like his brothers. After some time passed, Judah's wife, the daughter of Shua, died. When the time of mourning was over, he and his friend Hira the Adulamite went to Timnah to enjoy the festivities at the sheep shearing. Meanwhile, Tamar had learned that Shelah had grown up, but Judah had still not given him to her to father a child for her deceased husband. So, when Tamar found out her father-in-law was coming to Timnah for the sheep shearing, she removed her widow's clothes and covered herself with a veil to disguise herself. And she sat waiting at the crossroads where Judah would have to pass by. When Judah saw her, she was wearing a veil over her face. So he thought she was a prostitute, when he had no clue that she was his own daughter-in-law. So he approached her and said, "Come sleep with me." "What will you give me if I do?" she answered. He responded, "I will send you a young goat from the flock." "What guarantee can you give me that you will really send it?" she asked. "Well, what pledge do you want?" Judah asked. Tamar answered, "Give me your necklace with your personal signet and the staff you're holding." So he gave it to her, and he went and slept with her. When she got up and went home, she removed her veil and put her widow's garment back on. Later she discovered she was pregnant. Soon afterward, Judah sent the young goat by his friend Hira the Adulamite to recover his items from the prostitute, but she was nowhere to be found. So he asked the townspeople, "Where is the temple prostitute that sits by the crossroads?" They responded, "No prostitute has ever been there." So he returned to Judah and informed him, "I couldn't find her. And besides that, the townspeople said that no prostitute has been there." Judah replied, "Let her keep my pledge. If we try to go get it now, we'll become a laughingstock. After all, I did send you with the payment. I promised her, and you couldn't find her." About 3 months later, Judah was told, "Your daughter-in-law Tamar has been promiscuous, and now she is pregnant." Indignant, Judah said, "Bring her out and let her be burned." As she was being brought out, she sent word to her father-in-law, "Look, the one who owns these things got me pregnant. See, whose signet staff are these?" Judah recognized them as his and said, "She is more righteous than I, for I never gave my son Shelah to marry her." And he let her go free and never slept with her again. When it was time for her to give birth, There were twins in her womb. While she was in labor, one hand popped out. So the midwife wrapped a crimson thread around its wrist, saying, "This one came out first." But immediately he drew his hand back, and out came his brother. And she said, "Look how you have broken out of the womb." So he was named Perez, the one who breaks through. Afterward, his brother came out, the one with the crimson thread on his wrist. That's why they named him Zerah, the Crimson One. Chapter 39. After the Ishmaelite traders brought Joseph down to Egypt, he was purchased by an Egyptian officer of Pharaoh, the captain of the guard, whose name was Potiphar. Yahweh's presence was with Joseph, and he became successful while living in the house of his Egyptian master. When his master realized Yahweh's presence was with Joseph and caused everything he did to prosper, Joseph found favor with Potiphar. He was quickly promoted to become the overseer of Potiphar's house and was put in charge of all that he had. From the moment Potiphar anointed Joseph over his household, Yahweh blessed the Egyptians' affairs for Joseph's sake. The blessing of Yahweh was upon everything Potiphar owned. His finances increased, his crops flourished, and his flocks and herds multiplied. So Potiphar placed all that he owned under Joseph's oversight, and with Joseph in charge, Potiphar had nothing to worry about, except deciding what to eat. Now Joseph was strikingly handsome, very good looking, and well built. It wasn't long before his master's wife noticed Joseph. She demanded, "Come make love with me." "Never," Joseph replied. "Do you realize that my master has nothing to worry about with me in charge? For he has put everything he has under my care. There is no one greater in his household than me. Nor has he kept anything back from me except you, because you're his wife. Why would I want to do such an immoral thing and sin against God?" Yet day after day, she was determined to seduce him. But Joseph continually refused her advances and would not even go near her. Then one day, when he had to go into the house to do his work, and no one else was there, she grabbed him by his robe and said, "Come on, sleep with me." But he abruptly ran out of the house, leaving his robe in her hands. Realizing he had fled, she was holding his robe in her hands. She called for her household servants and said to them, "See, my husband brings this Hebrew foreigner here to make fools of us. He barged into my house and tried to have sex with me, and I screamed. And when he heard me scream for help, he ran out of the house and left his robe." She kept the robe beside her until his master came home. And she told him the same story. "This Hebrew foreigner you brought among us barged into the house and tried to violate me. As soon as I screamed out for help, he ran outside and left his robe here beside me." When his master heard his wife's account about how his servant had treated her, he became furious. So Joseph's master took him and threw him into prison, the place where the king's prisoners are confined. And he was left there. But Yahweh was with Joseph and demonstrated to him his faithful love by giving him great favor in the sight of the warden. The warden put all the prisoners under Joseph's care. He was placed in charge of all the prisoners and everything in the prison. The warden had no worries about the prison with Joseph in charge, because Yahweh's presence was with Joseph and caused everything Joseph did to prosper. Chapter 40. Sometime later, both Pharaoh's chief steward and the chief baker deeply offended their master, the king of Egypt. Pharaoh was angry with his two officers, the chief steward and the chief baker. So he incarcerated them in the palace of Potiphar, the captain of the guard, in the same prison where Joseph was bound. The captain of the guard placed them under Joseph's charge, and they remained in custody for some time. Then one night they both dreamed, the steward and the baker, officials of the king of Egypt. They each had a prophetic dream with different interpretations. When Joseph came to them in the morning, he saw they looked miserable. So he asked Pharaoh's two officials who were under his custody, "What's wrong? Why the sad faces?" "We had dreams last night," they answered, "and we have no one to interpret them." And Joseph said to them, "God can interpret your dreams. Please tell them to me." So the chief steward shared his dream with Joseph first. He said, "In my dream I saw a vine with 3 branches in front of me. I watched as it budded, then immediately it blossomed, and its clusters ripened into grapes. I was holding Pharaoh's cup, so I took the grapes, squeezed them into his cup, and handed the cup to the king." Joseph said to him, "God has given me the interpretation of your dream. The 3 branches are 3 days. In 3 days, Pharaoh will pardon you and restore you to your post. You will once again hand Pharaoh's cup to him, as you used to do as his steward. When things start to go well for you, remember me, and please be kind and mention me to Pharaoh, so that he might release me from here. For I was kidnapped from the land of the Hebrews. I have done nothing here to deserve being thrown into this dungeon." When the chief baker saw how favorably Joseph interpreted the dream, he said to him, "Let me tell you my dream. I saw 3 wicker bread baskets stacked on my head, one above the other. In the top basket I saw all kinds of bread and pastries for Pharaoh to enjoy, but the birds came and ate out of the baskets above my head." Joseph said, "God has given me the interpretation of your dream. The 3 baskets are 3 days. In 3 days, Pharaoh will behead you and impale you on a pole, and birds will eat your flesh off your corpse." 3 days later, it was Pharaoh's birthday, and he threw a huge feast for all his household. He singled out among his servants the chief steward and the chief baker. He pardoned the chief steward and restored him to his post. And the steward handed Pharaoh his drink. But he had the chief baker beheaded and impaled him on a pole. So Joseph had accurately interpreted both of their dreams. But the chief steward completely forgot about Joseph and never remembered him. Chapter 41. After 2 full years, Pharaoh dreamed that he was standing by the Nile, and up from the river emerged 7 healthy fat cows, and they began grazing in the marshland. Then he saw 7 other cows come up out of the Nile right behind them. They were ugly and thin, and they stood beside the fat cows on the riverbank. The 7 ugly, thin cows ate up the 7 healthy, fat cows. After Pharaoh's dream, he awoke and fell back to sleep. He dreamed a second time. In his dream, he saw 7 ears of grain, plump, ripe, and growing on a single stalk. Close behind them sprouted 7 ears of grain, thin and shriveled by the east wind. And the 7 thin ears swallowed up the 7 plump and full of ears. Then Pharaoh awoke from his vivid and disturbing dream. The next morning, his spirit was agitated, so he called for all the musicians and the wise men in Egypt. Pharaoh recounted his dreams to them, but no one could give him the interpretation. When the chief steward heard about the dreams, he remembered Joseph and said to Pharaoh, "Please, your dream reminds me today of my failures. Once when Pharaoh was angry with his servants, he incarcerated me and the chief baker in the prison of Potiphar, the captain of the guard. We both had dreams on the same night, but with different meanings. There was a young Hebrew man in prison with us who had been the personal servant to the captain of the guard. And when he had told him our dreams, he interpreted them and told each of us their meaning. And it happened just as he said. Pharaoh restored me to my post, but he had the baker impaled." After hearing this, Pharaoh immediately sent for Joseph, and they rushed him out of the dungeon to prepare him to meet with the king. When he had shaved and changed his clothes, he came and stood before Pharaoh. Pharaoh said to Joseph, "I have had 2 dreams that no one can explain. I have heard that you are able to interpret a dream the moment you hear it." "I cannot do it alone," Joseph replied, "but God will help me to give Pharaoh the proper interpretation for Pharaoh's welfare." Then Pharaoh told Joseph, "In my dream, I was standing on the bank of the Nile, and up from the river emerged 7 healthy, fat cows, and they began to graze in the marshland. Right behind them followed 7 other scrawny and emaciated cows. Never have I seen such ugly cows in all the land of Egypt. The 7 ugly, scrawny cows ate up the healthy, fat cows, but after consuming them, no one could tell that they had eaten them, for they looked just as bad as before. I awoke with a start, but immediately went back to sleep, and I had another dream. I saw 7 ears of grain, full and ripe, growing on a single stalk. Right behind them sprouted 7 thin, shriveled ears, scorched by the east wind. The 7 shriveled ears swallowed up the 7 healthy ears. I have shared my dreams with my magicians, but none can give me an interpretation." Then Joseph said to Pharaoh, "Both your dreams tell the same story, for God has prophetically told Pharaoh what he is about to do. Both the 7 healthy cows and the 7 healthy ears represent 7 good years. It's the same dream. The 7 ugly and scrawny cows that followed and the 7 shriveled ears scorched by the east wind are 7 years also. They represent 7 years of famine. It is just as I have told Pharaoh. God has divinely revealed what he is about to do. There will come 7 years of great abundance throughout all the land of Egypt, followed by 7 years of intense famine. All of Egypt will forget the former abundance, for all the land will be ravaged by famine, a very severe famine that will not remember the former abundance. The reason that Pharaoh's dream was repeated is that God has determined that it will surely happen, and that he will soon carry it out. Joseph continued, "Let Pharaoh select a very wise and discerning man and set him over the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh appoint other officials throughout the land to collect 1/5 of all the crops each year during the 7 plentiful years. Have them gather all the food of those abundant years that are coming, and under Pharaoh's authority, have the grain stored in the cities for food. Store it all as food reserved for the people during the 7 years of famine coming upon Egypt, so that the land will survive the famine." Joseph's proposal pleased Pharaoh and all his advisors. He said to them, "Where can we find anyone else like this one? For he has the Spirit of God in him." So Pharaoh turned to Joseph and said, "Since God has divinely revealed this to you, there is no one as wise and full of insight as you. I hereby place you in charge of all my affairs, and all my people will obey your commands. Only I, the king, will be greater than you. Listen to me, Joseph," Pharaoh continued. "I am placing you in charge of all of Egypt." Then he removed his signet ring, placed it on Joseph's finger, and had him clothed with fine linen robes. He adorned him with a golden collar around his neck. Pharaoh had him ride in the chariot reserved for the second in command, and sent runners going before him, crying out, "Kneel!" In this way, Pharaoh placed Joseph over all the land of Egypt. Pharaoh also said to Joseph, "I am Pharaoh. No one in all of Egypt will lift a finger without your permission." Pharaoh gave Joseph a new name, Revealer of Secrets. He also arranged for him to marry the daughter of Potiphar, the priest of Heliopolis. Her name was Asenath. And Joseph took charge over all the land of Egypt. Joseph was 30 years old when he entered the service of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Leaving Pharaoh's presence, Joseph traveled throughout the entire land of Egypt. During the 7 years of abundance, the land produced bumper crops. Joseph supervised the gathering up of all the great stores of food of the 7 years of abundance and strategically placed them in various walled cities near the harvest, where the harvest was gathered. He gathered such massive quantities of produce that he gave up trying to measure it all, for it was like counting the sand on the seashore. Prior to the famine, Joseph and Asenath, daughter of Potiphera, priest of Heliopolis, had 2 sons. Joseph named the firstborn Manasseh, saying, "God has made me forget all my troubles and my parental home." The second he named Ephraim, saying, "God has made me fruitful in the land of my suffering." Eventually, Egypt's 7 years of abundance came to an end. Then began the 7 years of famine, just as Joseph prophesied. Although there was a severe famine everywhere else, food was available throughout the land of Egypt. When the Egyptians grew hungry, the people cried out to Pharaoh for food. Then Pharaoh said to all his people, "Go to Joseph and do whatever he tells you." As the famine worsened all over all the land, Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold grain to the Egyptians, for the famine was severe everywhere. So because of the severity of the worldwide famine, people from all over the world had to come and buy grain from Joseph. Chapter 42. When Jacob learned there was food in Egypt, he said to his sons, "Why are you standing around here staring at each other? I hear there is grain in Egypt. Go there and buy some for us, so we don't all starve to death." So Joseph's 10 half-brothers went down to buy grain in Egypt. But Jacob did not send Joseph's full brother Benjamin with him, because he feared something might happen to him. So Israel's sons were among those who went to Egypt to buy grain, for the famine in the land of Canaan was severe. Now Joseph was the governor of the land of Egypt, which meant he supervised the sale of grain to all the people. One day, Joseph's 10 brothers came and bowed down before him with their faces to the ground. As soon as Joseph saw them, he realized that they were his brothers, but he pretended he didn't know them and spoke to them harshly. "Where do you come from?" "From the land of Canaan," they answered. "We're here to buy food." Although Joseph recognized his brothers, they had no clue that it was Joseph speaking to them. Then at once Joseph remembered the dreams he had about them bowing down before him. Pausing, he said to them, "You are spies. You've come to see where our land is weak." His brothers replied, "No, Master, we've come to buy food. We, your servants, are honest men. We never think of spying. We're blood brothers, sons of one father." Joseph interrupted, "No, you are spies who have come here to find our weakness." "We are your servants," they insisted. "We were 12 brothers. Our youngest brother remained behind with our father, and one brother, well, he is no more." Joseph said to them, "It is just as I said, you are spies. And here is how I'll test you. Unless your younger brother comes and presents himself here before me, then as surely as Pharaoh lives, you shall not depart from here. One of you must go and bring me your brother, while the rest of you will remain here in confinement. This way I will test your words to see if the story you have told me is true. If not, as surely as Pharaoh lives, you are spies." He placed them all in prison together for 3 days. On the 3rd day, Joseph said to them, "Do as I say to you, and you will live. I am a man who respects God. If you are as honest as you say you are, then I will keep just one of your brothers here in confinement while the rest of you carry grain home for your starving families. You must return with your youngest brother so that I may verify your story, and that you may not die." So they agreed to do so. With Joseph standing there, they began to speak among themselves, saying, "Look what's happened to us! We're being punished for what we did to Joseph long ago. We heard his cries of anguish and saw the agony of his soul when he begged us for mercy. But we turned a deaf ear. That's why all this trouble has come upon us." Then Reuben spoke up, "Did I not tell you not to sin against the boy? But you wouldn't listen. So now we're paying the price for his murder." They had no clue that Joseph understood every word, for he had been speaking to them through an interpreter. Deeply affected by what he heard, Joseph began to weep and hurriedly left their presence. After he had composed himself, he returned to them and, pointing to Simon, said, "This one will remain here." Then he had him tied and bound while they all watched. Joseph then gave orders to have their bags filled with grain, to hide each man's money back inside his sack, and to give them provisions for their journey home. After this was done for them, they loaded their donkeys with bags of grain and departed. Later, they camped for the night, and as one of them opened their sack of grain to feed his donkey, he discovered that his money was right there on top of the grain. He shouted to his brothers, "My money! Look, someone put my money back in my sack!" Troubled and trembling, they said to each other, "What in the world has God done to us?" When they came to their father Jacob in Canaan, they told him the story of all that happened to them in Egypt. "The governor of Egypt spoke harshly to us and accused us of being spies. We told him we are not spies but honest men. We're 12 brothers, sons of our father. Our youngest remained with our father in the land of Canaan, and one is no more." Then the governor of Egypt, demanded, "By this test I will discern if you are honest men. Leave one of your brothers with me and take grain you need for your families and be on your way. Return to me with your youngest brother and I will know you are not spies, but men of integrity. Then I'll release your brother back to you, and you'll be free to trade in the land." As they each emptied their sacks of grain, each man found his money inside his sack. When they and their father saw their money returned to them, they were frightened. Their father Jacob said to his sons, "You have taken away my children. First Joseph is gone and now Simeon, and now you want to take Benjamin from me? Everything is against me." Then Reuben said, "Father, you may put my 2 sons to death if I fail to bring Benjamin back to you. Trust me, I will bring him back." But Jacob replied, "I can't let my son Benjamin go with you, for his brother is dead, and of Rachel's sons he alone is left. If he were to meet with disaster on the journey, I would die of grief. You will send my white hair and broken heart sorrowing down to the grave." Chapter 43. Now the famine in the land continued to grow more severe. When all the grain they had brought from Egypt was almost gone, their father said to them, "Go back and buy us more food." But Judah objected. "The Egyptian warned us repeatedly, 'You will not see my face again unless Benjamin is with you. We'll only go if you'll let our brother come with us. If you insist he remains here, we won't go. For the man solemnly told us, you will not see my face again unless your brother is with you." Israel demanded, "Why did you make it so hard for me by telling the man you had another brother?" They answered him, "The man interrogated us about ourselves and our family, saying, 'Is your father still living? Do you have another brother?' We had to answer his questions. We had no idea he would say, 'You must bring your brother here to me.' Then Judah spoke up and said to Israel, "Father, I promise to guarantee his safety with my life. You can hold me personally responsible if I don't return with him. I'll bear the blame before you for the rest of my life if I fail to bring him safely back to you. You have my promise. Entrust him to my care and let us be on our way so that we all don't die of starvation. We and you and all our children, we will live and not die. And besides, if we hadn't delayed so long, we could have gone and returned twice by now." After considering their words, their father Israel said to them, "If that's the way it has to be, then do this. Load your donkeys with the very best gifts you can find, choice products of the land, and offer them to the man. Take some balm and some honey, spices and myrrh, pistachio nuts and almonds. Take double the money with you. Give him back the money that was returned on the top of your sacks, for it may have been a mistake. Take your brother too and be off. Go back to the man at once. May the God who is more than enough grant you mercy and favor before the man, so that he may send back both Simeon and Benjamin. As for me, if I suffer loss, then let it be so." So the brothers set off for Egypt and took double the money, the many gifts, and Benjamin. Once they arrived, they presented themselves before Joseph. When Joseph saw his brother Benjamin with them, he said to his chief servant, "Bring the men to my house and make them feel at home. Butcher an animal and prepare a meal, for these men are to dine with me at noon." Joseph's chief servant did as he was told and brought the men to Joseph's house. Now the brothers were very apprehensive as they were being led inside, and said to each other, "He brought us here because of the money that was put back in our sacks the first time he came to Egypt. He's looking for an opportunity to arrest us, turn us into his slaves, or take away our donkeys." So they approached the chief servant and spoke to him at the entrance of the house. "If you please, my lord," they said, "we came here once before to buy food, but on our way home, when we camped for the night and opened our sacks, we found each one's money in the top of his bag. All our money was there in our bags. We know it must have been an oversight of some kind, and we have no clue who put it there. So we have brought it all back with us. Plus, we have additional money to buy more food." "Relax," he replied. "Don't be afraid. Your God, the God of your father, must have been the one who put treasure in your bags. I have received your money. It's all accounted for." Then the chief servant brought Simeon out to them. Then he gave feed to their donkeys and brought the brothers into the house. He gave them water to drink and washed their feet. The men laid out their gifts to present to Joseph, for they were told he would appear before them at noon and would dine with them. When Joseph came home, they presented to him the gifts they had brought with them into the house. They each bowed low before him with their faces to the ground. He asked them how the family was doing, saying, "You mentioned your aging father. Is he still alive? Is he doing well?" "Yes," they replied. "Our father, your servant, is still alive and doing well." And they bowed low before Joseph in respect. Looking them over, he saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son. He said to them, "So, I see you have returned with your youngest brother, of whom you spoke. God be gracious to you, my son." Joseph hastily left the room, for he was overwhelmed with feelings of love for his brother. And on the verge of tears, he went into a private room and sobbed as tears ran down his cheeks. When he finally composed himself, he washed his face, reappeared, and ordered, "Serve the meal." First, they served Joseph, who was seated apart from his brothers. then the brothers by themselves, and the Egyptians by themselves. It would have been utterly offensive for the Egyptians to eat at the same table with the Hebrews. Now, the brothers had been seated before Joseph in their birth order, from the firstborn at one end of the table to the youngest at the other end. They were all stunned when they realized the seating arrangement and looked at each other in astonishment. 11 plates of food were taken from Joseph's table and set in front of each of them. But Benjamin's portion was 5 times more than any of theirs. They feasted and drank their fill with Joseph until they all became drunk. Chapter 44. Joseph ordered his chief servant, "Fill the men's sacks with grain, with as much as they can hold, and put each one's money back in the mouth of his bag. As for the youngest one, place my silver goblet in the mouth of his sack, along with the money he paid for his grain." And he did as Joseph said. At dawn, the men loaded their donkeys and set off for home. They hadn't gone far outside of the city when Joseph said to his chief servant, "Now go at once and pursue the men. And when you catch up to them, say to them, 'Why did you repay good with evil? Why have you stolen the silver goblet from which my master drinks, and the one he uses to discover secrets hidden from men? You have done an evil thing." When the chief servant caught up with them, he repeated his master's words to them, and they answered him, "Why does my lord accuse us of such things? Far be it from your servants to do anything of this kind. Didn't we return from Canaan with the money we found in our grain sacks? Why then would we steal silver or gold from the house of your lord? Look for yourself. If any of your servants is found to have it, then he will die, and the rest of us will become your master's slaves." "Very well then," Joseph's servant replied, "as you have said, but I will show you leniency. The one who has it will be my slave, but the rest of you will go free." Each one quickly lowered his bag to the ground and opened it. Then the chief servant searched each bag, beginning with the oldest and ending with the youngest. And he found the silver goblet in Benjamin's bag. Aghast, the brothers ripped their clothes in despair, and they all loaded their donkeys again and returned to the city. Joseph was waiting in his house when Judah and his brothers arrived. When they saw Joseph, they all fell to the ground before him. Joseph said to them, "What have you done? Don't you know that divination would have given insight to a man like me?" Judah replied, "What can we say, my lord? How can we plead our case? How can we prove our innocence? God has revealed the guilt of your servants, and here we are, our lord's slaves, both we and the one in whose sack the silver goblet was found." "Nope," Joseph commanded. "Only the one who stole my silver goblet will be my slave. The rest of you will go on home in peace to your father." Then Judah stepped forward and offered, "My lord, please, may I have a word with you? You are the equal of Pharaoh. Please don't be angry with me, your servant." My lord asked his servants, "Do you have a father or another brother?" We answered, "My lord, we have an aged father and our youngest brother, who was a child of his old age. The child's full brother is dead, so now he is the only child left of his mother, and his father loves him very much. Then you said to your servants, 'Bring him here to me, so that I might see him myself.' We said to my lord, 'But he cannot leave his father. If he were to leave him, his father would die.' Then you said to your servants, 'You will not see my face again if I do not see your youngest brother.' When we arrived home to your servant, my father, we told him every word you had spoken to us. Sometime later, our father said to us, 'Go back and buy some more food for us.' We answered, 'We can only return to Egypt if we take our youngest brother with us. We won't see the man's face again if he doesn't see our youngest brother.' Then your servant, my father, said to us, 'You know that my wife Rachel only gave me 2 sons. One is gone from me, torn by a beast. I haven't seen him since. If you take this one also from me, and something happens to him, you will send my gray hairs in grief down to the grave.' Judah continued, 'My lord, if I went to your servant, my father, without the boy, and he saw that the boy was not with us, he would die. His very life is wrapped up in the life of the boy. Now, he is so old that the grief of his loss would kill him. Furthermore, I, your servant, have guaranteed the boy's safety to my father. I told him, if I don't return the boy back to you, I will bear the blame before you, my father, for the rest of my life. So please let me take the place of the boy, and I will remain here as a slave to you. My lord, please let the boy go back with his brothers. How could I return to my father without the boy? I don't want to witness the woe and grief that would overtake my father." Chapter 45. Joseph could no longer contain his pent-up feelings, so he cried out to his attendants, "Leave the room!" So no one was there when Joseph revealed his identity to his brothers. Then he began to weep so loudly that the Egyptians heard it, even as far away as Pharaoh's house. Joseph, through his tears, said to his brothers in Hebrew, "I am Joseph! Is father still alive?" His brothers stood there stunned, scared, and speechless. Joseph said to his brothers, "Please, come close to me." Inching forward, they came close to him. Then Joseph said, "It's me, your brother, whom you sold into slavery in Egypt. I am Joseph. Now don't be grieved. Don't blame yourself because you sold me there. It was God who sent me ahead of you in order to save lives. The famine has now endured for 2 years, and the land will not bear fruit for 5 more years. God sent me ahead of you to ensure that you would live and have descendants. He has saved your lives through this marvelous act of deliverance. So it was God, not you, who sent me here. God has made me a father to Pharaoh, the master of his entire household and the ruler over all of Egypt. Hurry back to my father and tell him that you have found me alive. Tell him, this is what your son Joseph says. God has made me ruler of all Egypt. Come to me without delay. You will settle in the land of Goshen, where you will be near me, you and all your children and your grandchildren, your flocks and herds and all that you possess. For there will be 5 more years of famine, but I will provide all that you need to live in Goshen. You, your household, and all that you have will not live in poverty. My brothers, you each can see for yourselves, and Benjamin can too, that I really am Joseph, for I am speaking to you face to face in your own language. You must tell Father everything you have seen here and how greatly I am honored in Egypt. But hurry and bring my father here to me." Then Joseph threw his arms around Benjamin's neck, sobbing, and Benjamin wept on Joseph's neck. With tears streaming down his face, Joseph kissed each brother one by one. After their tearful, emotional embrace, they took time to speak brother to brother. The news reached Pharaoh's house. Joseph's brothers have come. Pharaoh and his officials were greatly pleased when they heard it. Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Tell your brothers, load your donkeys and return to Canaan. Get your father and your families and come back to me. I will give you the best of the land in Egypt, and you will enjoy the fat of the land. Tell them also, take Egyptian wagons with you for your wives and your little ones to bring their father with them. Give no thought to leaving your possessions behind. The best of all the land of Egypt will be yours." Israel's sons did as they were instructed. Joseph gave them wagons as the king had ordered and provided food for their journey. He gave each of them a set of garments. And to Benjamin, he also gave 300 pieces of silver and 5 sets of garments. He sent his father 10 donkeys loaded with the best Egyptian goods and 10 female donkeys loaded with grain, bread, and other provisions for the journey. Then he sent his brothers off, admonishing them, "Don't quarrel along the way." And they departed. They left Egypt and went back home to their father Jacob in Canaan. When they arrived, they ran to their father and announced, "Joseph is still alive." Not only that, he is the ruler of all Egypt. So the news stunned Jacob that he nearly fainted. He could not believe his ears. But when they told him all that Joseph had said to them, and when he saw the wagons Joseph had sent to take him to Egypt, he recovered from the shock. "My son Joseph is still alive," Israel said. "Now I'm convinced I must go and see him before I die." Chapter 46. Israel packed up all he had and went to Beersheba, where he offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. God spoke to him in visions of the night and called, "Jacob, Jacob." "Yes, I'm here," he answered. "I am God, the God of your father. Do not be afraid to go to Egypt, for I will make your descendants a great nation there. I will go with you to Egypt, and I will bring your descendants back to this land. And the hand of Joseph will be there to close your eyes when you die." Then Jacob set out from Beersheba. His sons put him, their little ones, and their wives in the wagons that Pharaoh had sent. They took their livestock and the possessions they had acquired in Canaan and went to Egypt. Jacob took all his descendants with him, his sons, his grandsons, his daughters, his granddaughters. Now these are the names of Jacob's descendants, the Israelites who went to Egypt with him: Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and his sons, Hanok, Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. Simeon and his sons, Jemuel, Jamin, Ohad, Jachin, Zohar, and Shoal, the son of a Canaanite woman. Levi and his sons, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. Judah and his sons, Shelah, Perez, and Zerah. Judah's other sons, and Onan, had died in Canaan. Perez's sons were Hezron and Hamel. Issachar and his sons, Tola, Pua, Jashab, and Shimron. Zebulun and his sons, Sered, Elon, and Jaleel. These 33 were the sons that Jacob and Leah had while in Paddan Aram, besides his daughter Dinah. Gad and his sons, Zephon, Haggai, Shunai, Esbon, Eri, Arodai, and Areli. Asher and his sons, Imnah, Ishva, Ishvi, Berai, and their sister Sarah. Beriah's sons were Heber and Malchiel. These 16 were the descendants of Jacob and Zilpah, the slave woman whom Laban gave to his daughter Leah. Jacob's sons were with Rachel were Joseph and Benjamin. In Egypt, Joseph had 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, by Asnath, the daughter of Potiphera, a priest of On. Benjamin's sons were Bela, Becher, Ashbel, Gera, Naaman, Ehai, Roash, Mopim, Hupim, and Ard. These 14 were the descendants of Jacob by Rachel. Dan and his son Husham, Naphtali and his sons, Jaziel, Gunai, Jezer, Shillem. These 7 are the descendants of Jacob and Bilhah, the slave woman Laban gave to his daughter Rachel. The total number of the direct descendants of Jacob who went to Egypt were 66, not including the sons' wives. 2 sons were born to Joseph in Egypt, bringing the total number of Jacob's family who went there to 70. Jacob sent Judah ahead to ask Joseph to lead them in Goshen. When they arrived, Joseph got in his chariot and rode to Goshen to meet his father, Israel. As soon as Joseph saw his father, he threw his arms around his father's neck and wept for a long time. Israel said to Joseph, "I am ready to die, now that I have seen you and know that you are still alive." Then Joseph said to his brothers and all his father's family, "I must go and tell the king that my brothers and all my father's family have come to me from Canaan. I will tell him that you are shepherds and take care of livestock, so that you have brought with you your flocks and herds and all you own. When the king calls for you and asks what your occupation is, be sure to tell him that you and your fathers before you have herded livestock all your lives. Then he will let you live in the region of Goshen." Joseph said this because Egyptians despise shepherds. Chapter 47. Joseph took 5 of his brothers with him to Pharaoh and presented them to the king. Joseph said to Pharaoh, "My father and my brothers have come from Canaan with their flocks, their herds, and all that they own. They have made their camp in the region of Goshen." Pharaoh asked the men, "What is your occupation?" "We, your servants, are shepherds, just as our fathers were," they answered. "We have come to stay as temporary residents in this country because in the land of Canaan the famine is so severe that there is no pasture for your servants' flocks. Please give us permission to settle in the land of Goshen." Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Now that your father and your brothers have arrived, the land of Egypt is theirs. Let them settle in the best part of the land, in the region of Goshen. And if there are any competent men among them, put them in charge of my own livestock." Later, Joseph brought Jacob into the house and presented him before Pharaoh. And Jacob gave Pharaoh a blessing. Pharaoh asked Jacob, "How old are you?" Jacob answered, "My earthly journey has been 130 years. My years have been few and hard, but it doesn't compare to the length of the earthly journeys of my fathers." Then Jacob blessed Pharaoh again and departed. So Joseph settled his father and brothers in the choicest part of the land of Egypt in the district of Ramses, as Pharaoh had commanded. Joseph also provided his father and brothers and their families, down to their little ones, with all the food they needed. Now there was no food anywhere, for the famine was very severe. Both the land of Egypt and the land of Canaan languished because of the famine. And the people of Egypt and Canaan spent all their money to buy grain. Joseph gathered all the money from the sale of grain and deposited the wealth into Pharaoh's treasury. When the money ran out in Egypt and Canaan, all the Egyptians came to Joseph and pleaded with him, "All our money is gone. Give us food. Why would you let us die in front of your eyes?" Joseph answered, "If your money is gone, then give me your livestock. I'll give you food in exchange for your livestock." So in that year, they brought their livestock to Joseph, their horses, sheep, cattle, and donkeys, and he supplied them with food in exchange for their livestock. The next year, they came to him and said, "Master, it's no secret to you that we are broke. All our silver and livestock are now yours. We have nothing left but ourselves and our lands. Why would you let us die in front of your eyes, leaving all of our lands uninhabited? Buy us and our lands in exchange for food. We'll become Pharaoh's slaves and give up our land. Only give us seed so that we may live and not die, and so that the land will not become a desert." So Joseph gained possession of all the farmland in Egypt for Pharaoh. Every Egyptian sold his land in exchange for food, for the famine was that severe. Eventually, the Egyptians had transferred all the land to Pharaoh. Everyone became a slave to Pharaoh, from one end of Egypt to the other. However, he did not take over the land of the priests, for they received royal subsidies from Pharaoh. They lived on the food he provided for them, and that is why they did not have to sell their land. Joseph said to the people, "Today I have acquired for Pharaoh you and all your land. Here is seed for you to sow in the land. But when harvest comes, you must pay 1/5 to Pharaoh, and you may keep the rest for your planting your fields and for food for yourselves and your families, to nourish your household and your little ones." "You have saved our lives," they said. "May we find your favor, our Lord, and we will be slaves to Pharaoh." Thus, Joseph established the law of the land in Egypt, which is still in effect. 1/5 will go to Pharaoh. Only the land of the priests did not become Pharaoh's. Israel and his descendants settled in Egypt, in the land of Goshen. They had many children and multiplied, and they acquired property. Joseph lived in Egypt for 17 years and lived a total of 147 years. When the time of Israel's death was near, he summoned his beloved son Joseph and said to him, "Son, do me this favor before I die. Place your hand under my thigh as a pledge that you will show me kindness and loyal love. Do not bury me in Egypt, but when I go to rest with my fathers, I want you to carry me out of Egypt and bury me where they are buried. Swear that you will do this." So Joseph took the oath and said, "I will do as you say." Then Israel worshipped and leaned on the top of his staff. Chapter 48. Not long afterward, Joseph received the news that his father's health was failing. So he took his 2 sons Manasseh and Ephraim along with him. When Jacob heard that they had come to see him, Israel rallied his strength and sat up in bed. Jacob said to Joseph, "The God who is more than enough appeared to me at Bethel, in the land of Canaan, where he blessed me. He said to me, 'I will make you fruitful and multiply your descendants until I have made you a company of nations, and I will give this land to your descendants for an everlasting possession. Furthermore, I will adopt as my very own your 2 sons who were born in the land of Egypt before I came here. Yes, I claim Ephraim and Manasseh as mine, no less than my 2 oldest, Reuben and Simeon. As for any children born after them, they will be considered yours. They will receive their portion of the inheritance in the same territory as their brothers. For when I was returning from Paddan Aram, my beloved Rachel died, to my sorrow, in the land of Canaan, while we were still on our way, not far from Ephrath. So I buried her there beside the road to Ephrath, that is, Bethlehem." When Israel noticed Joseph's 2 sons, he said, "Who are these?" "They are the sons that God has graciously given me here," Joseph said to his father. "Please bring them closer," he said, "so that I may bless them." Now Israel could barely see, for his eyes were failing because of old age. So Joseph brought his sons closer to him, and Joseph's father, their grandfather, hugged and kissed them. Tearfully, Israel said to Joseph, "I never thought I would see your face again, and now God has let me see my grandchildren as well." Joseph then removed them from his father's knees and bowed low in respect before his father, with his face to the ground. And Joseph took his sons and had them stand facing their grandfather Israel, Ephraim at Israel's left and Manasseh at Israel's right. But Israel crossed his arms and stretched out his right hand on the head of the younger son, Ephraim, and his left hand on the head of the firstborn son, Manasseh. He spoke this blessing over them. May the God of my fathers, Abraham and Isaac, who lived devoted to him, the God who has been my shepherd from my birth until this day, the angel who has delivered me from all harm, may he bless these boys. May their lives echo my name and the names of my fathers, Abraham and Isaac. May they multiply into teeming multitudes throughout the earth. When Joseph saw that his father placed his right hand on Ephraim's head, he was not happy. So he tried to move his father's hand from Ephraim to Manasseh's head. Not that way, Joseph said to his father. Here, father, put your right hand on the firstborn's head. But his father refused and said, I know, my son, I know. Manasseh's descendants will also multiply and become a great people. His younger brother will become even greater than he, and his tribe will one day give rise to many nations. So Jacob blessed them that day, saying, Israel will use your names when they pronounce blessings. They will say, may God make you like Ephraim and like Manasseh. So the crossing of his arms during Jacob's blessing put Ephraim ahead of Manasseh. Then Israel said to Joseph, Son, I will die soon, but God's presence will go with you, and one day he will take you back to the land of your ancestors. I will give you one mountain slope more than your brothers, the mountain slope of Shechem, the fertile region I took from the Amorites with my own sword and my own bow. Chapter 49. Jacob called all his sons together and gathered them around his bedside. He said to them, let me prophesy to you about your future destinies. Come together and listen to me, O sons of Jacob. Listen to your father Israel. Reuben, my firstborn, you are my strength and the first fruits of my manhood. You are preeminent in pride and surpassing others in power. You are unstable, as turbulent as floodwaters. You will no longer excel, for you have slept with my concubine and defiled yourself in your father's bed. Simeon and Levi, you are two of a kind and brothers in crime, for your swords have committed violent acts. O my soul, let me not join in their secret plans. O my heart, never let me be counted in their assembly, for they killed men in fits of rage, and for pleasure they maimed an ox. Cursed be their anger, for it is fierce, and their wrath is so relentless. I will divide your descendants throughout Jacob's territory and scatter them throughout Israel. O Judah, your brothers will praise you. You will conquer your foes in battle, and your father's sons will bow down before you. Judah, you are like a young lion who has devoured its prey, my son, and departed. Like a lion, he crouches and lies down, and like a lioness, who dares to awaken him? The scepter of rulership will not be taken away from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from his descendants, until Shiloh comes and takes what is due him. For the obedience of nations belongs to him. He will tether his donkey to the vine, and his purebred colt to the choicest branch. He will wash his garments in wine, and his robe in the blood of grapes. His eyes are more exhilarating than wine, and his teeth whiter than milk. Zebulun will settle along the seashore, and become a safe harbor for ships, and his borders will extend to Sidon. Issachar is a strong donkey, lying down between its saddlebags. When he sees that his resting place is good, and his portion is so pleasant, then he will bend his shoulder to the burden, and labor for his master. Dan will provide justice for his people, as one of the tribes of Israel. Dan will be a snake waiting by the roadside. Like a snake in the grass, he bites the horse's heels, making its rider fall backward. I wait in hope for your salvation, O Yahweh. Gad will be raided by raiders, but he will raid at their heels and overcome them at last. Asher's food will be rich, and he will provide delicacies fit for a king. Naphtali is a doe set free, who bestows beauty on his offspring. Joseph is a fruitful vine growing by a spring, whose branches run over a wall. Persecutors fiercely attack him. They pursue him with their bows and arrows. But Joseph's bow remains steady because of the power of the mighty one of Jacob strengthened him. By the name of the loving shepherd, the rock of Israel, the God of your father will help and protect you. The God who is more than enough will bless you. He will bless you with blessings of heaven, blessings of the deep that lie beneath, and blessings of the breast and the womb. The blessings of your father will be greater than the blessings of the eternal mountains, surpassing the blessings of my ancestors. May Joseph's blessings crown his head and rest on the brow of the one set apart, prince among his brothers. Benjamin is a ferocious wolf. In the morning he devours his prey. In the evening he divides the spoil. All these men became the 12 tribes of Israel. These were prophetic words their father spoke to them when he blessed them, blessing each son with a parting word appropriate to them. Afterward, Jacob sat on the side of his bed and instructed his sons with these words: I am about to join my people in death. Bury me with my ancestors in the cave of the field of Ephron the Hittite, the cave in the field of Machpelah near Mamre, in the land of Canaan. My grandfather Abraham purchased that field as a burial site from Ephron the Hittite. My grandfather Abraham and my grandmother Sarah are buried there. My father Isaac and my mother Rebekah were buried there also. And it is the place I buried my wife Leah. So bury me there, in that cave, in the field that was purchased from the Hittites. When Jacob finished his final words of instruction to his sons, he lifted up his feet onto the bed, breathed his last, and was gathered to his people. Chapter 50. Joseph flung himself over Jacob, kissing him and weeping, and his tears fell on his father's face. When he was able to compose himself, he ordered the royal physicians to embalm his father. So they began the required 40-day process. The Egyptians mourned for Israel for 70 days, and when the weeping period was over, Joseph approached Pharaoh's officials and said to them, Please, may I ask a personal favor? Bring my appeal before Pharaoh and tell him, my dying father made me promise that I would bury him in the land of Canaan, in a tomb he had hewn out with his own hands. Please give me permission to go and bury my father. Then I will return. Pharaoh said to Joseph, Go to Canaan, bury your father, and keep your promise to him. So Joseph went to Canaan to bury his father, and all the officials of Pharaoh, the elite members of his court, and all the Egyptian dignitaries accompanied him. All of Joseph's household and all his brothers and their father's household went too. Only the children and livestock remained behind in Goshen. Many chariots and horsemen, a huge entourage, accompanied Joseph to Canaan in a grand procession. When they arrived at the threshing floor of Atad, at the other side of the Jordan, they mourned loudly with bitter sorrow for a long time. And Joseph spent 7 days there in ceremonial mourning for his father. When the people of Canaan saw the depth of the mourning at the threshing floor of Atad, they said, This is a solemn occasion of grief for the Egyptians. and named the place near the Jordan the Morning of the Egyptians. So Joseph's sons did as they were instructed, and carried his body to the land of Canaan. They buried him there in the cave in the field of Machpelah near Mamre, where Abraham had purchased a burial place from Ephron the Hittite. After burying his father, Joseph returned to Egypt with his brothers and all who had gone with him to bury his father. When the brothers realized they were now without their father, they said, "What if Joseph still bears a grudge against us and decides to pay us back for all the trouble we brought on him?" So they sent this message to Joseph before he died. "Your father left us this instruction. Tell Joseph that I beg him to completely forgive the sin of his brothers who treated him so harshly. Now please forgive us, servants of the God of your father, of the horrible wrong we did to you." Joseph cried and wept as they read this message to him. Then his brothers came and threw themselves down before Joseph's feet, saying, "We are here as your slaves." But Joseph dried his tears and said, "Don't be afraid. How could I ever take the place of God? Even though you intended to hurt me, God has intended it for good. It was his plan all along to ensure the survival of many people. So don't worry. I myself will provide for you all that you need, both for you and your little ones." Then, with more kind, reassuring words, Joseph comforted his brothers. Joseph lived in Egypt along with his family and lived to be 110 years old. He lived to see the third generation of Ephraim's children. Joseph also lived to see the children of Machir, son of Manasseh, and Joseph gave Machir's children inheritance rights. Then Joseph declared to his brothers, "I will die one day, but God will certainly come to you and fulfill his promises to bring you and your descendants from this land and lead you to the land he promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob." So Joseph had his brothers, the sons of Israel, make a solemn oath, saying, "When God comes to you, you will carry my bones up from Egypt." Joseph died at the age of 110. He was embalmed and placed in a coffin in Egypt.